Everybody, it's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Materials Storage Facility somewhere in the world. What's up, everybody? How's it going? What's up, Judd? What's up, Jeremy? Hey, happy birthday, Judd. Happy early birthday. I will probably be live again tomorrow, I think. I got Fatal Frame tomorrow. What's up, Flash? But I'll say happy birthday now. I'll say it again tomorrow. I'll say it as many times as I need to. But thanks for dropping in. How's everybody doing? Hopefully staying warm. It's frigid. Horribly frigid where I'm at today. I had to do some running around earlier today and it was a nightmare. Like and subscribe. It'll be all ogre for you. Yes, it will. Those delicious ogres. What do you think ogre tastes like? I could eat an ogre. Happy early birthday, Jum. Well, not me. Judd. I assume that is a typo. It was Judd. Judd's birthday. Jum's birthday was last month. Old man Jum. 1 year older. B for seafood. I think like octopus maybe. Oh, that'd be really interesting. That's like it's really interesting thought that I like to think about. Brainless party. No worries. I think we all knew what you meant. I like to think about that with like fantasy creatures that like I don't think a centaur would be like horse meat. I think it would be like a whole different kind of thing. Just because they look like actual animals. They're mystical, magical creatures. So whatever they're made of could surely be something else. Like, I have no problem with an ogre actually being like some kind of seafood. You're like the Cyclops worked for Poseidon. It was one of Poseidon's dudes. So like Is the Cyclops actually just some sort of delicious octopus? It could be. I haven't lived to tell you a lot of fart like a trombone. Felt that stomach deflate. Oh boy. Be in the 20s tomorrow. Ooh, moving on up. Polyphemus, yes. My favorite interpretation of Polyphemus was from the cartoon. What was it? Ulysses 30 something. It's an old cartoon. My guides up here. Ulysses 31. It's actually a French-Japanese animated series. That I did not know. But it does start out with a robot Cyclops they have to defeat. Early 20s, the low 20s. You have so many years left ahead of you. So many delightful years. I hope they are all good ones. Total War Guy watched me in a funny spoof of that intro. Oh, I'll have to see if I can find that. I think it's 20 smart. Oh, like the temperature. We talk about the temperature tomorrow. You can understand how we all thought you were talking about the age because your birthday was coming up. You don't have to reveal your age. Yeah, it was in single digits out here this morning. Worse with the wind chill. Everything was pretty slippery. But I had a place I had to be. I almost canceled, and I was like, well, I'm halfway there already. And I got there before anyone else, and like, yeah, I'm hoping everybody else has the same thought, like they hit the road, and then before they have any idea of how bad it is, they just keep going. And they did. And it was good. I've been playing a tabletop RPG Mothership, which is basically like Aliens and the other movies that tried to be Aliens from the 80s. If you made a role-playing game with that, like a generic setting like that. Right now we're all in a satellite colony, and the big problem is that there's a techno plague going around that will convert you into a mess of bioorganic nonsense. Some guy came up and like, there's like this guy comes up and starts coughing on you. And we just attacked him. We're like, no. But my dude died. It's okay to say my age. Remove it. You can if you want to. You don't have to. You can if you want to, though. It is fine. That's not like it won't narrow it down enough. I'll say that. If you list your age, it doesn't. There's no one out there like guess whoing this, like flipping names off the board. Like this can't beat 53. John, were you the oldest among us this whole time? They walk among us. That's kind of shocking. Shocking if true. Yeah, Ulysses 31. Ulysses 31 was fun. Ulysses. It's basically just like a anime. Now I'm finding out like it shouldn't surprise me because we had a lot of those in the 80s. It's a French-Japanese co-production that is a future sci-fi retelling of the Odyssey. There's a robot in it that had to fly through space. But even in the far reaches of space, everything was still controlled by the Greek pantheon, which is something. Even if the Cyclops is a robot, they're still like, you've angered Poseidon. Like, what? I just blew up some robot. Man, I made hot chocolate again this week. Although it's not quite hot, it's more like lukewarm chocolate because I made it a little while ago. But I try not to make it too hot. Earlier in the week, I made myself a big mug of hot chocolate when I was on the road. And my thermos did too good of a job of keeping it hot. And I just burned the holy hell out of my mouth. And my lip is still like recovering from that. So now I eat anything that is like salty or at all hot. It stings real bad. I'm sure it'll be fine. I hope it will. It doesn't bother me otherwise, but like I took a sip of hot coffee this morning and I was like, oh no. So I made the hot chocolate less hot so I didn't continue to scald what remaining flesh remains of me on the inside of my mouth here. Ah, delicious though. What's up, Skyo? Welcome in. How you doing? Hopefully I say again, hopefully everyone's warm. It's very cold out here. I did finish an anime series. If you're on the Discord, you already saw it. I actually finished 2 this past week while watching the dog because I can't get much else done. So I figured at least try and catch up on this stuff. Real Dive and Brain Powered. They're all right. They're all right. Did you see the Game Awards? What game are you most excited for? What was your opinion on Street Fighter movie? You know what? So I didn't watch the Game Awards. I didn't even realize they were going on until I started seeing reports from it, and I was like, oh, I guess that's today. I only watched the Game Awards once, and I'm glad I didn't miss it because that was when a kid snuck up on stage with the FromSoft team and had some weird statements. And I was just like, man, I'm glad I saw that live. And the only reason I even turned into that is because they said there was a chance to win a Steam Deck. But like, I don't know how that drawing ever even worked. And it was kind of annoying because the entire stream, the chat was just filled with people trying to figure out the command to enter it. But they were all wrong. There wasn't a command to like enter the contest. Jump passed out to the movie yesterday. No, so I was laughing because I knew this was going to happen. At some point, I had to get up and walk away to go watch the dog for a while. And I was playing with the dog, and I'm like, I bet that movie's going to be over when I get back, and like everybody's going to be gone, and I'm going to be the only person in that voice call. And that was true. By the time I got back, like it was long over with. And I was like, oh, well, that's okay. I'll catch the movie another time. Yeah, I had to go deal with the dog. He's very demanding. He's a very demanding pup. But yeah, he was hanging out with me this week. The Street Fighter movie, I didn't watch that yet. I saw like the link for the video and I didn't click on it. I'm really curious though. Did anybody else watch it? What are your thoughts? Because I'm curious. I liked the Raul Julia, Jean-Claude Van Damme Street Fighter movie. I don't think it's a great Street Fighter movie, to be honest, but I do enjoy the movie. So I'm hoping they do something a little closer to it, to actual Street Fighter. But I haven't played Street Fighter that much over the intervening years. That I'm missing this guy's message. I'm gonna come back to that. So like I don't know, like there's probably new characters and I'm like, who the hell is this? Who the hell is that? But I'm curious about it. I'm excited about Mega Man, cautiously so. That's probably the only one out of the trailers that I saw that I was like, oh, that looks cool. Well, I like a Mega Man game. But it's like, I feel like there's more ways it could go wrong than right. But I'll still check it out. I'll still play it. I'm not fooling anybody. Cast looks interesting. Seems more fun than serious. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can for live action. I think you should go that route. GWB superstars are going to be in the movie. Yeah, it'll be interesting. All right, forgot everything that ended in 27. Yeah, I mean, you got to start the hype train early, but like at the same time, like it's hard to be excited about something unless it's like really big, right? If they announce like an Armored Core 7 coming out in 27, like I'd be excited to be drip fed information on that. But a lot of the other stuff didn't look that interesting enough on its own, and having to wait 2 years is like, eh. I saw your message, guy. They had so much coffee at the funeral home the last few days. I haven't slept in the last few days. The funeral home. God, did something happen? I didn't know. I probably missed it because I'm so away from the computer these days. I miss a lot of stuff. disappointed by the Street Fighter 2 live action movie. Lack of special effects was a letdown. Yeah, even Mortal Kombat movies and special effects like the games. Yeah, so like that's why I say I don't think it's a great Street Fighter movie. I think it's a fun movie independent of that. But like they did some of the moves from the games, but like with no effects in it. Like there's a Hadouken in it, but like it's just a little flash. I think if you want something like that but better, and you're not worried about live action versus animate, the animated Street Fighter 2 movie is really good. It has some great fights in it. I really enjoyed that. But also, if you like that sort of thing, watch the Fatal Fury movies. The Fatal Fury movies are really good. Highly recommend those. Okay, action movie. Just had a very high bar when I was a kid. Yeah, and you weren't alone. You weren't alone. There are a lot of people who watched that were like, what is this? It's not quite as far gone as the Mario Brothers movie, but it's up there. Great aunt passed away a week ago. I had to deal with it last week. Cancer saw coming. Oh, well, I'm sorry for your loss. Sorry for your loss. Yeah, cancer's a bitch, man. Fuck cancer. That's rough. Even when you know it's coming, like it helps, but like, yeah, loss is a loss either way. Hopefully you are doing okay. Mario Brothers movie is just horrible. Street Fighter movie is better a ton than that one. Yeah. The Mario Brothers movie is so funny because they thought there was no way it was going to fail. They thought it was like a guaranteed hit. And that is like, I've seen a lot of like, what were they thinking moments in that Street Fighter movie where like, yeah, we thought people would like it. Like, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? Right, let's charge me for. All right, understandable. Game Awards, give it a 5 out of 10. It's kind of boring. That's like, I never watch the Game Awards because I don't need to watch like Jeff Keighley try and like rub elbows with celebrities that don't really have much to do with the game industry, and then watch like the weird kind of popularity contest of games. The one thing I was laughing today, like, because I see this almost every year where it's like, yeah, Expedition 33 won like all these awards as well as Game of the Year. But it's like, I mean, if it's Game of the Year, then it's gonna hit all those other categories too. But it certainly does seem like ridiculous. Like, what were the rest of them in them for? Funny part that I had to wear my old suit from high school. It's baggy AF. I had to buy a new suit this year, and that was stressful because I didn't have anybody to go with me, and I'm just like trying to eyeball it myself. Like, I hope this fits right. It worked out okay, but yeah, I don't think I ever really owned a suit before. I think every other time I've had to wear a suit, it's been borrowed from somebody else and like didn't quite fit right. So I finally have a suit that like actually fits. I swim in the shop to dress me for my father's. If I could have found a single human being in that store, I would have. Because that was my backup plan, and there was just nobody there. Retail is dead. Probably come spring, I'll look into getting a new one. It's not. I've been putting off getting one for a long time, and it wasn't like super duper expensive. It only gets real expensive if like you need to get alterations or anything like that. You can get a decent looking suit off the shelf most of the time without alterations, but it will look better with alterations. But like that's where the cost really comes up in there. What's up, 40 Gumbo? Welcome in. How you doing? So yeah, the Game Awards, like I don't know. I watched that one and I was just like, this is it. But I love watching like the chat or the expectations for that stuff, either the live chat while it's going on or people posting about it. Because like every year until Silk Song came out, it was like they're gonna announce Silk Song, and they didn't. And people always get mad over whatever announcement they have because it's a bunch of games that like they've never heard of, and they're like, who cares about this? We want Half-Life 3, etc., etc. John Cena retired from WWE last night. I thought he was already out of WWE. I guess I haven't paid much attention to that a lot I just like, given his age, I thought he had moved on. Not that he's like super old, but like you can't do that stuff past a certain point. Like your body's just too beat up. I thought he had moved like fully into Hollywood. I didn't realize he was still wrestling. We got a Clam Friday. We do got a Clam Friday. Some phasmophobia. I wonder when their holiday thing starts. Tall with medium-sized chest, thin waist, long arms, legs, 8-0 the standard. Oh yeah, that's the one. Pick up an analog 3D. I did not. I will say I think that the FPGA-based consoles are neat. I think they're cool, and I think they're a great option for people who want something to play the original games with HDMI without trying to go through the expense of tracking down the old console and modifying it for HDMI or getting an upscaler. I'm using all the old consoles, and they're either modified for better video output or going into a scaler to upscale that. And so I don't have a lot of utility for those things. And to be honest, if I was going to go an FPGA route myself, I would just build a MiSTer system, which is pretty capable for all those things. I'm looking forward to like that stuff kind of getting ported over to slightly more powerful hardware. And I think that's coming, but I've also seen a lot of complaints about analog stuff, but like it just seems all over the place. So I think I'm glad it finally shipped. I know people were waiting on that forever. But I mean, I stick to the original hardware for the most part, except for like Japanese PCs, that sort of thing. Like I just don't have the room for. It was a full-time wrestling more like once a year, and a few times this year. Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, what do they have? Like, I didn't see what the controllers were either for that, because that is for the N64. Like, that's a big sticking point for a lot of people, was the controller. Been on it, picked one up. Wasn't super sold on initially. Decided to pick it up after watching Digital Foundry video on it. Yeah, they generally do a pretty good job. They're promoting the 8BitDo 64 controller. Oh, okay. 8BitDo. I never quite know how to pronounce it. It's like 8BitDo, like Nintendo, but I always just want to say do. 8BitDo. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they had their own controller for it. It's weird to me to play an N64 game with a controller with like a more modern layout. But the big problem with the N64 is that there's only so many of those around that aren't beat to hell. And the design of the stick means that it's going to wear out. And I've seen lots of products that are like, this fixes that for $150. Like, I don't know. I know people who do like speedrunning and stuff are constantly in this battle of like trying to find like new, unused, unopened controllers and just cycling through them because their speedrun efforts will just wear it out. And the precision drops down over time. I'm not that serious about it. So I've got my two controllers and they're all right. I haven't noticed any huge issues with them, but I'm not super competitive on it. I'm not trying to get like real precision, like speedrunning precision on it. But I really should, I guess, try to play something with a more modern controller. If I could, assuming I could, I'm sure there's ways I could hook it up to the original N64 to test how it plays. I tried a little bit when they added 64 to the Switch Online, and I got a controller, not the Nintendo released N64 controller, but I got another one that is more of a modern layout, and played a little bit. It was weird. It was weird to me, but I also haven't played like N64 in like a long time, so I don't know how much of it was just like the jank of the games or what, like GoldenEye. But I had to tweak GoldenEye a lot the last time I played it on the N64 to be like, oh, where's the control scheme that I remember? I haven't seen the Digital Foundry video on it though. I'll have to watch that. But like Analog does a pretty good job with their emulation, and the output is pretty solid. There is always issues with like flash carts. I've seen it on most of their systems. I know the PC Engine one they put out had the same issue, or similar issues, I guess, with flashcards. But usually, like Crix will put out an update for the EverDrives that gets it working with it. I haven't seen what Summer Kart 64 is like on it, if that has issues with it. It's like an open source flash cart. But I also know eventually people will they're gonna have firmware on it that well, I guess it jailbreaks it. I don't know if that's the right term to use for that particular hardware, but they'll let them just run ROMs off of it, off the SD card. People have tested using flash cards and didn't work at all really with it. Yeah, it didn't work properly with the flash, at least like the EverDrive, it didn't work properly. Crix put an update out that should get that working. He's pretty good. They're pretty good over at the EverDrive. They get they're pretty good about updating that stuff for those systems. And what I like about it is they don't just put an update out. They'll usually explain this is why it failed. This is what the issue was. If they're interested in that sort of thing. Welcome back, Judd. Welcome back. Yeah, I was gonna talk briefly about the anime series that I watched before we jump into the game. The first one I finished was Real Dive. I think it's from 2008. It's from what's his name? After I'm breaking on I want to make sure I get his name right. The Ghost in the Shell guy. Is it Masamune Shiro made this series that is like Ghost in the Shell if Ghost in the Shell was about the ocean. And the internet is based on the ocean, but it still had a lot of the sort of stuff you'd expect from his works that was questioning how technology fits into society and what kind of changes it leads to and moral implications of some things. It was pretty decent. It had some up and down moments to it. Overall, I liked it. Not like a real classic, but hit some interesting ideas in it. Watching Orb right now. Orb. I haven't seen Orb. Orb. The movements of the earth. Netflix. Dangerous journeys of scholars who risk their lives to pursue research in the forbidden heliocentric theory. Interesting. Perceive the orb. The other one was Brain Powered, which is a Tomino show. He's a guy behind Gundam. Tomino's got a reputation for really, really grim endings. This had the most optimistic, happy ending, I think, of any Tomino show I've watched to date. It's not great. You could tell it was supposed to be a longer show that got cut, weirdly. And so there's a lot of, missing information or big things that happen in between episodes. And so it had issues. Overall, I enjoyed it. I have been trying to finish that show for almost 25 years. It was 2001 when I bought the first VHS tape. I found out later that they only released 8 or 10 episodes of that 26 episode series on VHS before they stopped. And so I wouldn't have never been able to finish it on VHS anyway. So I'm glad I was finally able to put that one to bed. Just kind of lingering in the background. I watched 2 episodes. I wonder what else happens in that. If we were bearing. Yep. Yeah, I have to go back and watch the movie again. I read the Chainsaw Man manga, and so I already saw a lot of what was going on there. At least as far as I know, that they're still way behind where the manga was, but I haven't kept up with that at all. But it was this show is entirely sold on, and it was really hyped up back then too. This is after Neon Genesis Evangelion. Everybody was super hungry for another show of it's mecha anime with teenagers who got problems. It's psychological and stuff. And this kind of tried to be that. Every kid in this show had real big issues. But I'll say like most of them kind of get resolved by the end. They go into it quite a bit. Like everyone's got problems. And then through the course of the series, they all kind of face up to these things and address it. And in that case, it was good. I like the mech designs. It was just like, it was just weird. The time jump between a lot of the episodes was very confusing. There's a highway to hell, a staircase to heaven, a whole lot of people ain't going up those stairs. Why not an escalator? Ah, delicious. Yeah, so I was excited to finish those. I've gone back to watching Read or Die, the TV series, which is quite a bit different from the OVA series. That's another one I started a while ago when I first set up on my Plex server. I got about 7 or 8 episodes into it and then got distracted by something and kind of forgot to come back to it. When I was going through the list, I'm like, oh yeah, I started this. I should go back and watch that. That was another one that was like a big deal back in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s that kind of vanished. I think Aniplex got the rights for that, so you can't stream it like anywhere. Last I checked, it's not online. You can find it, but like it's not out there legitimately, which is kind of ridiculous. That's Aniplex's whole thing. They release limited edition Blu-ray sets and then it's off the market and just gone. Heaven isn't handicap friendly. I'm sure you get some angels to buzz on down and pick you up. I would imagine so. Let's roll over to the game. Just before 30 minutes hits. Oh, let me turn this down. Goblin Town. All right, so we are on our way to go slay the Lich. What's our item looking like? We could go for some more heals. What's our money looking like? 27,000. It's less than it seems once you start looking at the price of some of this stuff. I think everybody is. How's everyone doing on the spells here? Yeah, I haven't bought the other spells for him yet. A religious church funeral as well, so a lot of preaching, unusual scene, if that surprises you. No, that's no surprise. I would be surprised if you had revealed the opposite there. I can't think of any funeral I've been to that wasn't fairly religious. But I imagine that, like my generation, there's a lot less people in organized religion. So I don't know what that would look like, right? Like I know what a wedding looks like when you don't attach to religion. You just have like a judge officiating things. There's a lot less ceremony to it. I don't know what a funeral would look like. I don't even, would there even be a funeral then? Because it in itself seems like, you know, it seems like there would just be like the wake or the visitation or something, and then it would just be like, well, I don't know how that would go down. Never went to church a day in my life. I was not raised like in a very religious upbringing. Like I went to church when we were kids, and then after my parents got divorced, like neither one of them wanted to deal with it, and it just never came up at all ever. And then years later, one or both of my brother and his parents were like, I can't believe you're not religious. Like, what are you talking about? You didn't raise us to be religious. But if you were, it's right from the funeral home to the grave. When we just sent the body to get cremated. Got the jar back a month later. Yes, that is how I would imagine it. That you just have like visitation and a wake, and people say some words, and then it, you know, onto the crematorium, and like that's that. Let's pop into town here real quick. I'm gonna check. I forget what shops they have. I know they don't sell items here. Where's that black magic at? You need to get out of my way. Thank you. Let's chat with her real quick. Sada does not fear the evils of the cave. I guess not. All right, Orko. I think warp is the one that we want. Warp and fire. Warp takes us up one level in a dungeon, but he can't use it yet. Because I think that's a black wizard and not a black mage spell. Otherwise, Fire 3 is useful. We only bought Bane so far. Let's double check that. As far as I know, it doesn't say if you already bought the magic. Yeah, okay. So every time I buy spells, I'm like second guessing myself. Like, did I already get this one? Fur 3. It almost says fire. Different churches rent out the church for events. The person belongs to a different faith in the church. No faith at all. Been to one like that. Friends will say good things about the person. Yeah. I've never, I guess, you know, owing to the age of most of the people, like most of the funerals I've been to, even people that were my age that passed away, which I've sadly have known a few, like the family will get involved and they may bring some of that in, even if it wasn't really like the deceased's wishes. When if I die, I hope, you know, I don't think you're going to live forever. I don't think that. I mean, who knows? Maybe you'll live long enough to live forever, but we want to. I agree with like my Egyptian pharaoh. Really, once I'm gone, you can do whatever with my body. Yeah, funerals are for living, not the dead. That I agree with. Yeah, I don't really care what happens to me. Ideally, it is the most financially like economical version for whoever's left behind. Like, just tie me up in a burlap sack and toss me by the side of the road and let nature take its course. And I know you're not really supposed to do that, but like, once the wolves are at you, like, who's gonna know? The dancing pallbearers. that would be neat. I would. This would be so messed up, but I would have little voice recorders. I would ask whoever's left to hide little voice recorders that would play me saying like, "Hey, I'm still here." Something like that. I can see you. And just like stash them around the funeral parlor so when people come in, they'll just occasionally hear me being like, "Hey, can you hear me?" I think at least one person would get a chuckle out of that. That's the only thing I want. I want people to like have a good time, get together and have a good time, and not just be like crying over my, you know, rotten carcass. Last funeral with a family, and my favorite older uncle, it was not a great time. Yeah, a lot of funerals get really rough. Well, our funeral, most everyone I went to, they just talk mad nonsense about the person who died. People I haven't seen him in 10 years. Talk mad shit about him. That's crazy. Like, you really, you gotta be a particular kind of like, you'd have to be a really messed up human being to justify anyone showing up and trash talking you at your funeral. That's just messed up. Even if you got opinions, like, really just, you gotta keep that to yourself. I remember one funeral I was at where the person presiding over it, like, did not know my friend at all. And the only story he had was like encountering him while he was working at Walmart. And myself and our other friends, we were all fairly upset because, like, you definitely don't want your memorialization to be like they were a very good worker at Walmart. Maybe some people do. But I know I wouldn't. And our friend wouldn't either. He had a whole lot else going on in his life. There was such a weird pull. We were all very confused about that. Or pyre like sky rays. Yeah. Just put me out on the boat. Set it ablaze. Strap me to a rocket and fly me to the moon, you know? Although I probably wouldn't want that because then my corpse would just be space junk. Although, if it weren't for the tragedy, that would be pretty funny if at some future date, like 100 years after you died, some astronauts had to go out there with a squeegee and scrape your frozen body off the side of their space station. Now that's immortality right there. Man, could have said how nice he was or something. Yeah, it was very strange. And it happens sometimes. You get people. I mean, I understand from the perspective of like, if you have a religious funeral and you were not a churchgoer yourself and you didn't have like a personal relationship with the priest or pastor or whatever they call in to oversee that, they're not gonna have much to say. And then it's on the family to be like, this is what they would want to be remembered by. Sometimes you don't get that. Except in church in the game this morning. I'm surprised I didn't catch fire. Well, you weren't actually in the church. How much would it suck for vampires if a vampire couldn't even watch a movie that took place during the day, right? You know vampires can't walk out in the sun. It'd be like if you were a vampire and you watched a cooking show and they used garlic and you just died. Or undied? Or destroyed? I guess destroyed is the accurate thing because you're technically already dead. What's up, Zane? I was in fact in the church. Did you go inside of a church while playing a game where you went in the church? Or was it just Leon in the church? Or Vast family first. Ooh, like a full up there. Yeah, I don't know, because it was like the last funeral I had to deal with. Like the person didn't really know the deceased that well, and so they asked the family and they give them a whole lot to talk about, and they did a very good job. So we knew the two versions of Bubble Bobble and NES. I swear I remember different stages. I mean, so there's Bubble Bobble, there's Bubble Bobble 2. There's also an arcade version. There's only one version on the NES. Some levels are slightly different, or mostly the enemies are different if you play Super Bubble Bobble, which is you unlock with a code you get the first time you beat the game if you get the good ending, the first half of the good ending. You may be remembering that, possibly. Snow Bros Battle Network, Snow Bros NT Warrior, Snow Bros NT Warrior. Net and heavy versions of Nick Tom, player characters, Snow Bros 2. That would be interesting. Leon is an extension of me. How that's awful. That's awful presumptuous. All right. So what I'm doing today is, so I'm not just sitting here looking at this. Before I hit the ocean, let's look at the map. Joshua pointed out that I could get access to some weapons early. I don't know. It really doesn't feel that early to me. But I know in the Game Boy Advance version, like the difficulty is spread out a little bit differently. The balancing is different. 5-year-old me never defeated Bubble Bobble. Yeah, because there are like bonus levels, but like you have to get there through the level 99 crystal portal. There are level skips, which happened to me a lot. There's still levels that like I don't recognize because I caught an umbrella and skipped past them. Also, what's up, Jum Jum? Welcome in. You want to try the Pragmata demo? I haven't. You remember when people were saying that they thought Pragmata was like a stealth Mega Man game? Until Mega Man got announced, and people were still like, nah, probably still is a stealth Mega Man game. So anyway, like Joshua, I had a conversation with Joshua about getting some weapons and spells early by going down here, which we can access. We could access this actually as soon as we blew up the canal here. We gave the dwarves the TNT. As soon as we were able to sail our boat this way, we can actually circle all the way around down here to get to this area, which is Crescent Lake, the Crescent Lake town. And they have some upgraded weapons and armor there. They're very expensive, from what I recall. I did sail down there after the stream last week just to see, like, before I try this, can I actually get there? And I can. Or like a sci-fi Resident Evil. I will check it out. No, I mean, they don't mean stealth like it's a stealth game. They mean like stealth is in like it's a Mega Man game, but they're sneaking it in there. They're not telling you it's a Mega Man game. It'd be like if you were playing a Resident Evil game and then like halfway through the game, Dante shows up and you realize this is actually a Devil May Cry game. Mega Man 12 Dual Override Star Force Legacy Collection. Are they doing the Star Force Legacy Collection? Did they announce that a while ago? I didn't see the release. I thought they announced that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Think you're thinking of another game? Oh no. No. It's Pragmata. I agree with you, Perhenmo. I don't know what they were talking about. I never saw it, but people, I look it up. People were seriously saying that they thought Pragmata was a secret Mega Man game, that it had a Mega Man connection somehow. And I don't know why or what connection they drew. And most of what I heard was people would say that and be like, did you see the trailer? You know what I'm talking about. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Because the girls were like, I have no idea. I never saw any further explanation for it. But I just remember people talking about that. There was a meme on there where, I don't know if this was real or if someone just fabricated it, where developers, or Capcom posted a message from like the Pragmata screenshot, like, now do you believe we're not a Mega Man game? And then someone's like, no, I don't believe you. So people are still saying that, which is so funny. All right, we're gonna take the boat here. We're gonna sail the ocean blue to this other area. Sawhagens. We're gonna see what weapons and magic. The magic's not that big of a thing because after a certain point, like, we can't cast it anyway. I also got to check Chuck's armor, but I looked up, like, the absolute max I could get armor-wise for Chuck is just kind of pointless. Because it's like 1 or 2 points over his absorption without armor. Because it's based on his level at this point. So I really can't make him more defensible. But also what I noticed was, like, he's got a 60% evade. Compare that to Jump, who's 35 because he's decked out in armor. Like, the more armor reduces your evade. It's crazy that Black Mage has a better evade. But once you put armor on Chuck, his evade starts going down. But his absorb is basically just his level. I don't really get another bonus for it. Mega Man Battle Network Snowbro streams. Snowbros is coming. It'll be the post-game stream starting January. I'm so, like, pressed for time all the time. I haven't had time to put the stuff together for it. I don't want to do it until I have an old little screen for it. Mega Man 11 750 Canadian. I think that's a ripoff for that game. Really? I liked Mega Man 11. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. And I think that is more than a good price for it. But that's me. I enjoyed it. I think there were other Mega Man games that I think I liked more than that. But I had fun with it. I thought it did some interesting stuff with some of the weapons. I don't think it was like all there, but really just sent like one guy out here. Where's the rest of your pals? You have to send more pirates. You just can't come at me with one guy. Once get better, I think they do later game. Yeah, most of it is just like level tied. That as you get higher levels, like their numbers will outpace everybody just because no one else has that kind of setup where they're just tied to take that guy out first, but it's fine. Tied exclusively to level besides the monk. But they're even at higher levels, like their defense can be at a real disadvantage because a lot of stuff that they just can't wear, everyone else can. Like they can't wear a ribbon, which I think works in this. I don't think the ribbon is bugged out, which is supposed to defend against certain kind of status ailments, I believe. There are ways you can do it without losing their defense bonuses, but like it's tricky and it breaks easily. Pirate thought he was the Hulk. I'll take these guys on. He really had no idea whose ship this was. He just did not recognize our flag at all. We are here, I think. I think we've gone far enough over. Yeah, okay, we're here. The enemies on land can be a little bit tougher, although from what I saw the last time I came up here, they're not any stronger than what we're encountering in the Earth Cave. There's just more of them, but it's like totally survivable. Where's the dock? There's the dock. What's everybody doing? You're like barely taking any damage, anything. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Chuck is hitting so hard. Yeah. Well, Chuck's like a crit machine too. He crits like a lot. 40%, 44% hits pretty good at 28 damage, but that is so deceptive. He's doing way more damage than that number would indicate because of bonuses that aren't. That's the thing. Like in the status screen, like there's stats that we're not getting here. There's other stats beyond this that we don't really see that go into these calculations. So it doesn't tell the whole story. Trolls! Everybody just focus on one troll. We should be fine. Yeah, critical hit. Even 181, like it's not. Oh, it's 188 points is what they needed. Chuck the cuck. Chuck is anything but that for Henmo. Chuck's a valuable member of the team. He dishes out the big damage. He just has very bad defense. Even higher level in the game, his defense will still lag behind. But it will be good. It will be good enough. For most of the fights. Calling Chuck the cuck when Zane is right there. Yep. The status menu is dumbed down. There's way more stuff hidden. Yeah. Everyone wants to eat Chuck. They're all going for him. Like all the time. Like, oh yeah, this guy. They fear him though. They fear Chuck's power. You could say they're going for him because they think he's weak. I don't agree with that. I think they fear Chuck's power. This will be a good chance to use Fur 3. Bane also can work here, but I want to use Fur 3. Let's burn them to cinders. Just that comparison, like 34 points of damage versus 1. That's why Jump is the tank. Burn them! Someone rub some bacon on his back when they hug Chuck. I think he just looks the weakest because he's practically naked. Like everybody else is wearing more metal than he is, and he's just sitting there like in a robe. He's probably covered in animal gore, like the remnants of all of the enemies that he's crushed are just soaked into his flesh now. Yeah, see, these enemies, they are tough enemies. There's bigger groups of them, but like we've seen them all before. I hate the scorpions more. I'm going to town, so I'll just burn them. I'll try Bane. Just because I like it. Fist of the North Star, Chuck. That's how I like to think. He's just out there jabbing their pressure points. And if you know anything about Fist of the North Star, you know Kenshiro went through a lot of trials where he was really getting his ass kicked. And then it comes back even stronger. If anything, most of his power comes from losing and then like moping about it and then getting more powerful. terminated. That Bane works surprisingly well still. Even against enemies that I'm like, these guys are gonna be way too strong. We're right outside town. Just let us get to town, snakes. New one next year, TV series, 3D and uncut. I am skeptical of 3D, but I don't automatically discount it. You can do well with 3D. I don't think it will be, I hope it won't be like the Berserk 3D. I thought that was kind of a mess. But there are ways to do it that is good. But I'm excited. I'm a huge fan of Fist of the North Star. It's a pretty long series too, but like, it's good. The 3D for Amazon's game show. I don't have a game show. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, I mean, that stuff looked good. You know what I thought was weird about that? That they had like an Unreal Tournament short, but like Unreal Tournaments, like they mostly just killed it off. 200 gold! It's highway robbery. The Berserk 2017 3D. People thinking of bad taste. I wanted season 3 Berserk 3D. I thought it had problems, but like it was better than nothing. Was kind of how I looked at it. But I love the old, like the 2D version, and I wanted to see that continue. But I think you could do better now. I think 3D has advanced enough that you could produce something better now. Who's your favorite Berserk character? I mean, Guts. It's Guts. It's Guts all the way. I like the Wizard Skull Knight. Skull Knight's pretty cool too. I like Casca before she got mind broke. It's not that I don't like her afterwards, but she just doesn't do much after that because she's you know, got her mind broke. I don't know about you guys. It's in about 8 inches of snow. We didn't get a lot of snow. It was just insanely cold up here. Like single digits cold with like a little bit of snow. Just enough for everything to get nice and frosty. All right, let's see what we got armor-wise. Silver buckler. That must be for different class bucklers. Silver helmet, silver armband. I think the silver chest plate is worse. Oh yeah, it's just only slightly cold. Yeah, keep in mind, like, getting the closer it gets to 0, like it doesn't normally go that far into the negatives here, not for a very long period of time. It's all relative. I have a friend in Florida that I was talking to on the phone the other day, and he's from around where I'm at. He just took a job down there and moved down. He was telling me about how he walked out of his house and it was like 58 degrees. And he's like, oh, it's a little bit chilly. And then he got into work and looked at the other people coming in the parking lot who were like long-term Florida residents. And they're all wearing like heavy coats and parkas. And he's just like, wow, the contrast is wild. Around here, like 58 degrees is like you put a sweatshirt on, you put a hoodie on, you get out there. It's fine. No snow in the deep south. I'd say I'm envious, but like there's always a trade-off to it. I don't think there's anywhere that has a perfect climate. But there is somewhere that has a perfect climate for you. 4 degrees is super cold. 40 degrees to me is like, oh, that's cold, but like it's got to get down to like 20, and then anything below that before I'm like, oh man, it's freezing. Currently 12 degrees Fahrenheit. No, what is it where I'm at here? 7 degrees. England, I like their climate. Does it rain a lot in England? Or am I thinking of something else? I don't think it's too bad. I don't think England's too bad. That's not where you at. Who you talking? Do you mean all of us? 7 good lord, that's cold. Oh yeah, it's cold. I gotta put a coat on. But it's not cold enough that I'm like, I'm not leaving. Once it dips below 0, that's when I'm like, I'm not going out there. It's cold enough to cause my car trouble starting up. All right, so I gotta look and compare this. So I'm looking at the poster that came with the game, which is not always accurate. Let's look at what I got. This is all silver stuff here. Just remember that. What do we got currently? Iron bracelet or gauntlet, iron gauntlet, iron shield, iron armor, silver helmet. Okay. Below 0 here all the time. Yeah, you live in the Great White North. How can life foster up there? That's my question. Span of 6 months to go from -40 to 104 and vice versa. It just sounds like a nightmare. That just sounds like absolutely hellish to me. Why would you want to be there? I shouldn't say that. It's not like it's easy to just like, well, let me just pack everything up and buy new property elsewhere and move on. Most people don't have that option. Squawk fire through and came back drenched in sweat. Once. Just once. Sometimes it can get that hot down here, but it usually doesn't last long. In a couple days where it's like really awful. The same for the cold. Like we get extremes, but the extremes are like very shallow. Like it'll dip down, it'll dip up. All right, so let's start with the gauntlet. Iron gauntlet. Iron gauntlet is 4. I don't care about evade for jump. I don't know if that's a mistake. But in my eyes, jump is just like he's all absorb. I don't care if he dodges attacks. He can just tank them. He's got the most hit points. It's fine. Silver is a 6, but it has a better evade chance, which is essentially like a lower weight. All the weapon essentially and all the armor essentially has a weight that reduces your chance to evade. So lighter weight stuff. In this game, it's called silver. In other versions, it's mithril. And the whole thing about mithril is that it's very lightweight, so you get good defense for low weight. So the silver gauntlet is better. We already have the silver helmet. Where's the shield? Iron shield. Silver shield is 4 more. It goes from 4 to 8. So that's an improvement. We have iron armor right now, which is 24. Silver armor is 18. But it takes our evade from 23 to 8 on that. Comparatively, steel armor, which was monstrously expensive, is 34 absorb. So I don't think I'm going to buy the silver armor. And I may wait until I just find other armor, because there's other armor that I'm pretty sure we're going to find in dungeons. Flame and ice armor, opal armor, like that's higher. So I think we may just not worry about jump getting that steel armor, because it's very expensive. It's very expensive. Who's the buckler for? Buckler is for fighter knight, thief, ninja, red mage. This is just shield for other people. I don't even need to worry about that right now. I'm going to check on this web page before I make a decision, just to make sure that I am getting the correct information. Because the info on that poster, that fold-out poster guide, is incorrect at times. If silver armor has a better defense, then I'll go with it. No, it doesn't. It's just lighter weight, but the defense is worse. All right, so I don't need to worry about that. Most of the time when I go out walking, it's when the temperature is below 30 degrees, because the streets are empty and it's nice and peaceful. I don't have to worry about randomly running into people, which is the bane of my existence. All right, so not the silver chest plate. Yes, this is a silver shield. Yes to the silver armband. That's 5,000. I'm going to do it. This will boost my defense by a few points for jump. We'll hand these to Chuck. Okay. Okay, then we can basically just sell everything Chuck's got. So now that takes him up to 44 absorb. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right. Yes. 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 All right, what else you guys got in this town? What's the item-wise they got out here? Heal, pure, cabin, house. Okay, the usual stuff. That's good. We can stock up. Depending on what else we buy here, we can stock up on the heals while we're here. I think these graves have anything to say. I think there's only that, like, that one area where, like, the graves actually say anything, and everywhere else is just like, this is a tomb. This is a tomb. They have nothing else to say. What do you have to say, Ojo-chan? Come back here. Talk to me. Light warriors, you can do it. I appreciate the vote of confidence. What about you, happy lad? Oh, he's sleeping. I see. Just taking a nap in the graveyard that is every square inch of town. Weapon-wise, what do we got? Silver dagger, silver sword, silver hammer, silver axe. The silver axe has potentially higher damage, but it has a much lower hit chance. I never go with the axes. I always stick with the swords, and I think we're all good on those. He's got the silver sword. Silver hammer, silver dagger. Oh, you even got better than that. Yeah, so we're set. We're set on those things. The spells cost. Level 6 spells, 20,000. Oh, this is the one I want, but I don't think exit. I don't think we can even use that unless I'm mistaken. I think that's a white wizard spell. Level 6 exit. That's white wizard. That's the spell we want. Exit the dungeon. Can't hit the DPS with the sword is better. Yeah. I would rather have consistent damage than like potentially higher damage on something that misses a bunch. I'm fine with literally anybody else in the party missing. I don't want Jump to ever miss. Jump must always hit. He must always be hit. He can't dodge. He can't miss. No axes. Those things are good. Of the two, I think that invisibility is the better defensive spell. So for 6th level, we would get soft, exit, and inv2. I don't know if fog and invincibility. I think that's an invisibility stack. But that should be an all-party deal. 20k is just outrageous. It's pretty up there. It's pretty nuts. That is like the biggest trade-off with the casters is that they cost so much more money to outfit. They're so expensive. Lightning 3, quack, and stun. I think rub is just another instant death. Quake affects the whole party, and stun. We get from stun, paralysis, one enemy. Yeah, maybe. Well, that rub does like the instant kills one enemy, just higher level. We'll just go with the stun. But we're not buying any of those right now because it's it's pretty up there. Well, most of the spells that I want, I can't use right now anyway. Do they even have... They don't even have like a level 6 spell slot at this point. Like even if I could buy those right now, they couldn't use them. And also like Exit is the one spell that I really want, and Exit is a white wizard spell. So I have to do the job change before we have to get the power up before she could even use it, before Zane could use it. All right, we're just gonna buy heals. We're just gonna max out the heals again while I'm here. I have all the items and stuff down in the description. I just save and guess when I was a kid, then reload and go the next time. Yeah. So like the only upside to that, well, it's not even an upside, is that if you got the game originally, it came with an 80-page booklet and poster maps that gave a description for the stuff. Same thing for the spells. If you didn't have that, good luck, because most of the stuff is like really not descriptive. It's a product of the time that they got better because the hardware got better as the NES went on. Better mapper chips enabled more text, more overlays. It was easier to have that. Also, a lot of it is just that they didn't, when they went through and did the localizations, a lot of times they wouldn't increase the character length on anything. And so, you know, all this stuff has like hard character limits that makes it like very difficult to give anything good or descriptive on it. But yeah, it's these things are much better when it tells you what it does in game. And it wasn't unique to this. It was a lot of early RPGs that had similar problems. A Phantasy Star, first Phantasy Star is like the same issues. Pen and Paper rented it. Yeah. And that's, I mean, that's a shame to me if you're renting it and they don't include that book, because like you really need that. Okay, so we're loaded up. We should have 99 then, because it's not letting me buy anymore. Okay, we got 99. We're good with the rest of it. They don't sell soft here, do they? No, they don't. So RPG head shit item descriptions. Yeah, that's it. I don't know which is worse. Which is worse? If you don't have a description of the items or spells at all, but it's in some kind of printed manual, it's available, you just might not have it. Or having descriptions for items and spells that is vague or inaccurate. Which is worse? I personally, like, I would rather just not have anything in the game and then have to go look it up elsewhere, which is much easier to say now than it was back in 1986 or 89. When did this come out? 89? Nintendo Helpline. Yeah, I called them once when I got stuck in a game that I rented. I was playing somebody else's save, and I just wanted to get to one part of the game that they had already passed. It was a ridiculous call. Cousin got so much trouble for that. I'm surprised I never heard anything about that. I think my parents saw that and just went, I think they had other things to worry about. It's like $3.99 a minute or $2.99. Yeah. God, yeah, you guys remember that? Is that even a thing at all anywhere now? Having numbers you could call that would have like a per minute charge. I can't think of anything like that now, because it's all just on the internet. But yeah, I remember those. I remember a lot of advertisements for things to call Nintendo Power. The helpline was no different. Probably better off without it, but that helpline I still think was neat. But yeah, that's expensive. Yeah, I think I would rather have no descriptions than having descriptions that are wrong. I will say though, like, imagine if this game did have descriptions in game, but the stuff was still bugged. You'd be so mad. Squaresoft had some for their games. Yeah, like it's as you go further on, like later NES RPGs were better about having descriptions, either because it was just an oversight in this game or because, you know, technologically the cartridges just became more advanced and allowed for more of that. Super Nintendo had a better handle on that, but you still had some stuff that was just, it was vague. Tales of Fantasia and Star Ocean both had items that were like, it will do a thing. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean it will do a thing? What kind of thing? Well, I know this is here. Is anybody close to leveling up? Jump's gonna level. Poor Chuck's not that close. And we'll probably have at least one of them level up by the time we get out of here. Cobra! Cobra! Just fight. It's fine. Some may get poisoned. It's the price they have to pay. Cobra Kai never dies. Well, I don't think these guys are Cobra Kai, because they definitely do die. I'd be concerned if these cobras, like literal actual cobras, were coming at us with like martial arts. I think we'd be in some real trouble if wild animals suddenly knew karate. I think they already have the edge in several areas, and if they could also match us with combat skills, we'd be in big trouble. Yeah, I didn't think they'd get the job done. Try it out. It's like a guessing game. Yep. They're bigger than a human. They're quite monstrous. Cobra do what Nintendo don't. Jump! Levels up. Get that strength up, boy. Yeah, so these are pretty good fights. This is not a bad area to grind up some levels. Chance to strike first. Get them scorpions out of here, man. I don't like them. I really gotta worry about this so much, but I will use some spells. I'll try Fire 3. I did Bane last time. It worked fairly well. Critical hit terminated. Chuck the Fister. He will hit them with his fists. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's nice damage there. When in doubt, just set the cobras on fire. Wow, he left 2 cobras standing. I guess those snakes kind of jumped out of the way at the last minute. Whoa, it's burning. Also, like, those are some kind of poisonous snakes. Those aren't cobras. I know what cobras look like, and that ain't it. Hey, there's Orko. Whoa! Should I explore? I'm gonna explore a little bit more before we leave, because these guys really aren't. These sea creatures don't really have me all that concerned. We can take them. Oh, maybe not. Oh, geez. Y'all make me look bad here. Jump. Why can't you kill that shark? You should be at the level where you can just one-shot a shark. It's just a shark. How much damage could one shark take? There we go. Monsters perished. All right, where's Chuck at? Chuck's got to be a ways away still. He's pretty far off. Okay, Better than the rest. Port shark always tailing behind. Let's take a quick look at the map. Where else could we go from here? So I don't know if encounters get tougher in the ocean. We gotta head up north. Let's see what's up with that. Just see what there is to see. Let's find out. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, what's in here? I think is there anything there? We'll come back. We'll come back to that. Oh boy. There was some lightning. What's up, Autocast? Welcome in. How you doing? Just to get lucky. Yeah, that's my goal. Oh, he's been stunned. It's fine. We'll hit them with the thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. We'll have a delicious fish fry here with some eyeball seasoning. You might not think Sahagan are not good to eat, but I disagree. They're gonna be real nice. Get some butter on there, some herbs and spices. Just bought a couch. Very nice. Was it pricey? And I don't want to put you on the spot on that, but my experience is that like furniture is expensive. Annoyingly so. Some bread with those fishmen. Yes. Delicious fish. We're just going to take the long way around. We're all up north here. Let's see what lies beyond. There's got to be a dock around there somewhere. I'm a little bit weary of going up on land in areas I haven't already explored because I am concerned I'll like blunder into a fight that's like way too tough and just get annihilated. It's fine, Orko. I don't expect you to hit every target. I know melee is not your forte. Terminated. Get up. Bad taxes, premium deliveries set up, and take away the boxes. 1100. Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I hope your couch is comfy. Shark! I am a little bit surprised that there's not like tougher sea creatures out here. Although from what I remember, there's only one encounter table for the water. I could be misremembering, but I thought there was only one encounter table for the water, so like you never really get like tougher aquatic encounters than rent to own when it comes to stuff like that. I'll find it right now and can't wait. Double price in the long run. Yeah, it's rent to own will cost you so much more in the long run. I never really went down that route. I would always just like do without if I could, but I know other people who used it. But yeah, it gets very expensive. That shark was really hanging on, man. shark was really hanging on there. It's so funny every time like a single enemy jumps us out here. What were you thinking? Get punched in your giant eyeball. Shark want to live so bad. Yeah, you know, if they wanted to live, they'd steer clear. Maybe we need to put like a siren on the front of the boat. To get somebody out there with like a megaphone that's just like, don't come here, we'll eat you. You think they would learn? Okay. We're not landing our ship up here anyway. Destroy the shark. Annihilate him. Mash him up. Leave my eyeballs alone. If your eyeballs come up on my sailing ship, you're getting a knuckle sandwich. The only thing you're going to see is your own demise. Them's the breaks. Where are we at here? I was going to look up in... I'm sure this isn't at all accurate, but I was going to look up in the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Dungeon Master Guide under the travel rules to try and figure out how long these sea voyages would take us under D&D rules. And I may, if it's, I think it's close enough. I think I know where it is, or I could pull up on the internet. Because this is largely based on AD&D, so I gotta look up the rules and see like what the distance is. If they break it down to like a standard like hex scale, then it would be like every grid square we move on the boat would be 1 unit of movement on there, which would equate to something in the rules to a distance. We could roughly calculate the distance somewhere and then find out that it's taken like 7 months to a year for them to sail across this ocean. Something ridiculous, or it could be like surprisingly like low. Let's not sure if he's cannibals aboard. We will cook and season before eating. Well, I disagree. We're not cannibals. The game clearly states that they are monsters, right? And you can eat a monster. Those pirates were not people. They were monsters. It said so. They just looked human, but they weren't actually human. Right? It's like if you encountered a mushroom in the woods that looked like a person's face, it's not the same thing as it being a person. It's just design. Or like the bugs from Mimic that learned how to appear to be human. They're not human. You can eat those bugs. Finish the game at 500 years old. There are games where you age as the game progresses, and if you take too long, your characters can just die from old age. I have seen that. I can't recall the specific game. Tabletop games had mechanics like that, which was very funny to me. We gotta go all the way along the coast here. We're gonna fight so many sharks. This is why there's a lot of less sharks in the world, because we've been swimming around the ocean eating all of them. Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings, yeah. Sifu, I don't know, does Sifu count? Because Sifu is more like I call it a punishment, I guess. Like, when you die, like, you come back, but you've aged up. And like, in the earlier section, it's somewhat to an advantage because you come back a little bit more powerful until you reach a tipping point where you get too old and start having issues. Chronicles of Illyria. Does that end Chronicles of Illyria? I haven't played that. I know one game that I haven't played, a friend of mine, I always talk about it, but we've never been able to get a game going for it. So mostly we've just like created characters. There's a sci-fi TTRPG Traveler that has very elaborate character creation rules, and it's a lot of rolling on random tables to follow your career path. You could actually die during that. You can die during character creation in that game. Well, like following your career down and finding out your career leads to like an accident, or you're in a war and you're a casualty of that war. It's just like, oh, well, I guess I'll just start over here. We just start this process again. Which you think would be irritating, but it's real hilarious. Just casualty of society. The society that we live in. Now, if we ever get jumped by, like, you know, mirror images of ourselves, like if we had to fight a fighter that looked just like Jump, like maybe I would feel bad about cooking and eating them, but like we haven't done that yet. These fish folk, they're just monsters. Monsters perished. It's fair game. It's the law of the sea. Eat or be eaten. If we don't eat them, they will for sure eat us. So don't forget, if you leave your game, hold reset when you turn power off. Don't forget, you're here forever. Where's our finances looking like? 19,000. Okay. We should buy these spells while we're here. I'll buy Warp. Should have it, but he can't use it. Sorry, you can't learn that. Okay, so we can't buy it now. Okay, there's that. I thought because it was in the list we could, so we can't even buy that right now. So we just have that slot open, and that is Finn. That is totally Finn. Oh, no better weapons. There's an armor shop up there, and I think that's... I gotta go this way. Just gotta check, but I don't think we're gonna buy this steel armor. It's extremely expensive. I'm gonna save that money for spells. 45,000. I don't think it's worth it. It is higher than my current iron armor. That is sure. But I think Jump can take a little bit of a beating and be fine. All right, let's get back down to that earth cave. Oh boy. Jump by the shadow. We'll just punch our way out of this. It'll be fine. Probably. They're not doing that much damage. It's fine. Get him. Do I remember, do I go straight down or do I have to go around? I think I gotta go around, don't I? Get to the Earth Cave. Where's it relative to us here? Oh yeah, because it's down in the, yeah. No, we can't just go straight down, can we not? Yeah, no, this is fine. I'm starting to get like the different areas confused with other areas in the game. Like, oh, we had a long walk. No, that was the marsh cave. Darkness imprisoning me. It's fine. Maybe it's not fine. They're just gonna miss. Critical hit. Ooh, 270 damage. Not bad. Ooh. Man, they both did like big damage there. Big numbers. Everybody's swinging their limbs around. Nobody can hit anything. Terminated. Beautiful. As far as we've only seen like a single enemy run away in the entire time I've been playing this. There's only one time that one creep was like, nah, I'm out of here. Everything else we fought is like, yeah, I'm really gonna just fight to the death here. Cabin. Use the cabin. Everyone's juiced up. It's excellent. It's great. Okay. I do enjoy that music a lot. We're gonna spend a little bit of time here, try to get the last of Chuck's XP, and depending on what the layout is, get some money. He's 2,000 away. Everybody else is pretty far off, so I don't know how realistic it is unless I spend a lot of time here for everybody else. But I at least want to get Chuck up to level 15 before we get out of here to get around to what I'm doing. But there's a hallway here that is called the Hall of Giants, where we dipped into it last time, but I didn't stay very long. Every step you take is an encounter with giants. And if you can survive it, it's good money and good XP. And it's consistent encounters. So we're going to spend some time in there trying to get Chuck leveled up the rest of the way and build up a little bit more money. We know we need 8,000 for warp. I don't know how, like, warp is good as like a backup. Exit is better. I can't buy either of them right now anyway. And as it currently stands, neither Zane nor Orko have access to level 6 spells. So they couldn't, even if we could buy those $20,000 gold spells, they can't use them at all. Yet. And exit also is a white wizard spell, so we couldn't even buy that. So I would say where we're at right now is we are between major purchases, right? We have a decent amount of time to grind levels and build up cash before we actively need to be buying stuff again. But when we do need to buy stuff again, it's going to be monstrously expensive. Like to a crazy degree, like 20,000 per spell. That's 120,000 to fully outfit level 6 spells for both Zane and Orko. So you also kind of get to a point where you maybe want to decide which spells you actually want. You don't absolutely have to buy, like you don't have to use up all 3 slots that they have available. You can skip some spells. Most of them have like some utility, but it is rough if you spend $20,000 on 20,000 gold on a spell and it becomes useless like within 2 dungeons, just because like, oh, this only affects enemies below this HP, and now everything's stronger than that, or this is only for a status ailment, nobody hits you with that status anymore, you know. It's kind of rough, but after a while in the game, you find items you can cast spells with, and then their own spell usage goes down a little bit, so it's weird. Just like real D&D, it's a lot of like continually chasing this higher level of power that never quite puts you ahead of everything else. You're always chasing after like the next level until the end. There's always like a further heights. Every time you level up, you're doing a little bit more damage. It's like, but I could be doing even more damage. It's the same with spells and all of that stuff. We're in the rat race. We're trapped in the hamster wheel here. Anyway, I gotta step away for a quick minute to check on the dog, because I don't think anybody has come to the facility to retrieve the beast yet. So I gotta make sure he's doing okay real quick, and then maybe I'll see if I can find just for giggles here. I'll see if I can find the travel rules from AD&D to try and calculate, like roughly, like what kind of travel time we would be taking in an AD&D game if we were actually like hex crawling the ocean there. It's not a direct equivalent because of the rest of the map, but like we'll just assume a certain scale and then go from there if I can find that. If not, we'll do it next time. I'll definitely find it before the next Sunday. But I will be back in just a moment. So grab your snacks, get up and, evacuate the waste products if you need to do so. And I will be right back. Stay tuned. All right. Puppy's okay. He's doing all right. He doesn't like being alone. He's bored. He's bored. I had to go out earlier, and he was by himself for a while. And I got back and played with him for a while before the stream. And then he's just hanging out, waiting to be picked up. Fed him some slurry. I did have to feed him earlier, and he goes nuts. he has this thing where like he eats and he just like vacuums that food down. It doesn't matter how much we give him. So have to be careful about giving him the correct amount, because he'll just keep eating until he gets sick. But then after he eats, he spends about an hour like with his nose glued to the floor, scoping out the place, looking for any food. Starts like sniffing everything he can find, like there's got to be more food. Where's the rest of it hiding? Like, no, that's it. You ate it all. My Hero Academia had its final episode yesterday. Damn, time went by. How long has that show been going on? I felt the same way about Attack on Titan when that finally ended. It was like, wow, this has been a long journey here. And so happy he doesn't want an animal to take it. Yeah. He's not. The good thing is he's not like food aggressive. Like he won't like bite at you if you get near him while he's eating, which is always like something to watch out for with dogs. But he's a hungry hippo, and he goes crazy with it. But he gets bored. But he's gotten better about chewing up stuff. He's not chewing a lot of other stuff up anymore. He just kind of like hangs out. This is kind of the unfortunate thing with pets. Like, we've all got stuff going on, and so like there are times where like the dog just has to be completely alone. Agreeable, like my ex-wife. I won't read the next one. It's great news. He's not doing that. Yeah, he had some problems earlier on, but he's getting better about chewing stuff. He sticks to his own stuff now, primarily. Hasn't really gotten in anything. He's better with the house training. He'll wait patiently for stuff, so we don't have to clean up. Accidents will still happen, but he's. I love when I play with him. I usually like try and make him choose, right? Because he's not good about like he wants to play with the ball, but he's not good about giving the ball up. So I gotta like fight the ball out of his mouth to throw it again, which is what he wants, but just won't drop the ball. So I find another toy and throw that, and then he'll drop the ball to pick up the other toy. But now he's learned what's going on, and so now he tries and sometimes succeeds in picking up both toys at the same time. So I can't pull that con on him anymore. But he's good. He's very good. He's a happy little guy. And after I'm done with stream, I'll hang out with him. Or my stepdad will be back and he'll pick him up and he'll hang out with him. Yeah, he's getting smart. He lost his the first that I noticed only because I caught him trying to eat it, his first baby tooth. So like his full teeth are coming in now. All right, I think this is the Hall of Giants. It may be the one below it. Not the spiders. We don't like the spiders. We don't want to have to deal with poisoning. There's just a lot of them. Poisoned. Dang it. I'm just going to run from these. These guys aren't it. I think, is it the lower hallway? I think we picked the wrong area. Can't run. Someone else can get poisoned before we're out of here. Or can we escape? Close call. Okay, we got away. I just forget which end on this it is. Might be this lower hallway. I believe it is this section. I'll fight some snakes. Some cobras. Yeah, but he's slowly getting bigger. We don't know how big of a dog he's going to be because he's a mixed breed. He's a mystery breed. He's very strong. Like I say, he's a very powerful dog. And you go to pet him, and sometimes he gets riled up and he wants to try and chew on your hand, which we're trying to discourage because it's not a great trait. But he's just playing, and it's natural for puppies to want to bite on stuff. And at first, like it's just important to like make a noise to indicate that it's hurting you so that he won't bite as hard. But then eventually, like, you want him to kind of grow out of that. But he'll get my arm with his paw and then just like drag me in. And it's like, wow. He's still a puppy and he's already like muscling me over there. Can I teach him? Yeah, it's tricky, but like he doesn't bite hard enough to break the skin. But that's the thing with like puppies is like they don't have to bite very hard because their teeth are like small and thus very sharp, right? And so like it won't feel good even if he's not really trying. But he's pretty good. He's getting better about, like, he's not destroying his toys completely anymore. He's not ripping all the stuffing out. We get a couple like unbreakable things. And my experience with dogs is that the dogs don't really care about the unbreakable toys. You got like the nylon bones, like, that they can't destroy. They lose interest in quickly. I had a real like riot with them on Friday. I was at the store and I picked up a this rawhide bone for him that was like 3 twists of rawhide, like 3 twisted pieces of rawhides combined together, like wrapped up like a pretzel kind of. And he managed to separate them, so I had these 3 like twisty rawhide sticks. And he started getting really worried and eyeing me. And I wasn't taking them away from him because, like, it's his. And I was like, you know, praising him, like, oh yeah, you know, you like those? You like those chews? Like, I got that for you. Like, you have fun with that. And so he got really worried about it. And after he ate one of them, he had the 2 left, and he was insistent on taking them outside. And I knew what was going on. Like, you're gonna go hide these somewhere, aren't you? It's like, I just want to go outside with these. Don't worry about it. So he goes outside, and sure enough, he comes back in, and they're both gone because he's stashed them outside somewhere. And I'm just laughing at him. I'm laughing at the way he's acting about this. He's acting like real suspicious. He keeps eyeing me. He's like chewing on one of them, and then he gets worried where the other one is and like puts it down, and he's like dragging them further and further under his belly. So then after he hides both of them, right, he comes back in the house and he starts furiously sniffing around where he was chewing on them, and he gets really worried because they're gone. And I'm losing it now. I'm laughing at him like, you took them both outside. You took them and hid them somewhere. Like, it's not a mystery where they're gone. Like, you took them somewhere and hid them. And he's panicking. He's like, I need to go back out. I need to go back outside. I didn't know where my chew toys are. Like, okay, all right, man. We can go back out. So I go back outside with him. And he's like buried one in the snow. Like, I find where it's buried. And he runs over and is like, no, it's fine. And like digs it up real quick and like eats it. Grabs it in his mouth, and he runs back in the house. And of course, it's like filthy at that point. It's like covered in mud and gunk. And so I rinsed it off a little bit. I'm like, you're probably fine, but like, you're gonna be eating this on the furniture when I'm not looking. So like, I'll just wash this off a little bit. I hand it over to him. And then he's chewing out for a little while, and then sure enough, he's like, I gotta go back outside. He went back outside and he hit it again. Right? And it was the same thing. Like, comes back in the house, like, where is it? Like, well, you took it outside. You hit it. You hit it somewhere. So he goes back out and comes back in with a different one. So he's like alternating between them. Well, he's finally eaten all of them. But I was having trouble breathing. I was laughing at him so hard because he was just being such a clown about it. He thinks you're gonna eat it. Yeah, so I never take like any of his food away, but he's just like, no. I think that he's heard me laughing about it and was like, this is a fun game we can play. I think there's more than anything, he was just excited because he'd come back in the house and I could tell that he wanted me to like try and get it away from him, because he'll like bring something up and let you reach for it and kind of like back away, but like just a little bit, just so it's just out of reach. So I think he was just excited, like, we're gonna play this. This is gonna be a fun game. Until he finally ate all of them. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have to go out and get more. I should have bought a second one, because he chewed them up pretty quick. I think I've seen like these big horns that they sell, and I'm wondering if I can get him that. I don't want to get him something that's too tough because I'm worried about it like being too rough on him. But like, given that his teeth are still coming in, like, you know, they like chewing on stuff. Dogs like chewing on stuff anyway because it like keeps their teeth clean. But like, especially like puppies, when their teeth are coming in, they like to chew because it soothes the gums. I just try not to go overboard on it because if they eat like the rawhide bones too frequently, like it'll upset their stomach. But he's got other stuff. When I was at the store too, I also got like new tennis balls because he had taken them all outside and lost most of them in the snow. And the one he had in the house, he had like just torn all the fabric off. Terrible stomach. Yeah. That's why I didn't buy more of them like at the start, because I want to make sure, like, you know, we limit how much of that we give him. These guys are doing all right. They're dishing out some decent damage here, but like, we're surviving it. All right, that one of those should be enough. We fight the other one. Poor Chuck. He's really taking a whooping there. Kill these wild-looking iguanas. There's some kind of dragon. I don't care if it calls him an iguana. There's some sort of dragon. Sounds like a great dog. Yeah, it's been difficult. Just because it's been a long time since I had a puppy. I like my last dog, which wasn't like the family dog, because my family like would adopt dogs from the pound, and they usually get older dogs. So there's not as much worry about the chewing on stuff or the training. They're usually like they learn pretty quick where they're supposed to go to the bathroom. But my stepdad really wanted to get a puppy, but he takes up a lot of my time. I don't need to phrase it that way. I spend a lot of time with him, and I don't have a laptop that's powerful enough to do like Blender stuff or video editing. So there's a lot of stuff that like I just can't do. And also it's like, it's difficult. Like he does not want me to work on the laptop. He wants the attention. If I'm spending time with him, I may get like a little bit of time where he like wears himself out, right? And then he's kind of sleeping. That I get, but because of that, like I've gotten really disconnected with everything online. Like I have a lot less time to watch other people's streams now, which bums me out. I'm not on the Discord as much as I want to be. And it's like, I could get on that stuff, a lot of that stuff on my phone, and sometimes I can, but like, he's very demanding of my attention. I haven't had dogs since 2013. Cats just showed up. I've been having them. I haven't had a cat for a long time. Oh, wow. The asp just ran away. They're learning. It's better not to be destroyed. I like cats. I like cats because like they were a lot less generally needy for attention. And it's not that I mind so much that like the dog wants my attention. I appreciate that. But it makes it tough because like I can't work on the stuff that I want to work on while spending time with him. Because he gets surly. If he sees me looking at my phone or I'm on the phone a lot, he starts getting grumpy. He's like, "Hey, put that down." He's very much like, "Hey, did you know that I'm here?" Like anywhere you walk, like he's just gonna be there. Hey, I can't help but notice that like you didn't seem to notice that I'm sitting here. He's always like walking right in front of you, like you walk anywhere in the place, and he's like make sure he's in your eyesight. Come hang out. Come hang out with me. Oh, your dogs like to play more. Cats go take naps for hours. Yeah, I think like cats are good for getting their own exercise, and dogs like need you to play with them and take them for walks and keep them engaged. Because that's also a thing that will cause dogs to like chew stuff a lot more, is if they are very bored. If they get real bored, they'll eat stuff more often. Is this? No, this chest are empty. Where's the, is it? Oh, over there? It is over there, isn't it? It's to the right. But yeah, that's if you're one of my streaming homies and you haven't seen me in your streams as much lately, that's why. I'm not trying to dodge people. It's just really difficult for me to be online while managing the dog. But I have to start scaling back somewhat because he's got to get used to being on his own more, because there's just not always going to be somebody available. Doing great in this dungeon. Yeah, we're fairly level appropriate. I gotta remember the way down. This is like, I'm not a huge fan of the dungeons in Final Fantasy 1 themselves, but it is very much like a D&D dungeon, that they're all like firmly level based. I don't mean like your level, but I mean like layer based. And early on in the game, when you have to like travel all the way down and travel all the way back up, like it really just drains resources. When you don't have great supplies of healing or the ability to bring people back, it gets real tedious. But you know, the level balancing in this game, I think, is pretty well done in most areas. Like, you get a couple levels up while you're going through the dungeon, and anything you encounter is like a much smaller threat. Like, I'm not really worried about getting killed by these cobras. They're just eating up my healing potions. It's just like taking time. But that's what the Sunday grind is for. It's for grinding. Most of the games are like stuff that, you know, kind of gets slowed down. You can get bogged down with the encounters on this stuff, but it's all money in the bank. And especially if you're not really paying attention to how much money you get, like you look back on it like an hour later and you're like, ooh, I have so much money now. It's rare that I go through like an hour of grinding on this and I'm not like surprised at how much money I've accumulated. Okay, we put up like more like $8,000 before we came in here, so like I'm pretty pleased. Up a little bit more. We're okay for now. Maybe the dungeons aren't blocked until you reach a level the devs want to be at. Yeah, Legacy of Goku is like that. You can't understand this level until you level up. Oh, that's on the one hand, it's like it keeps you from going somewhere you may be too weak for. But in my opinion, it's better for people to just find that out themselves. Let them walk into an area, fight some tough battles, because someone may have a good strat that they're like, I just speed through this. And that because I didn't need to level up and destroyed everything. That's even worse. If they don't even have the balance right. If it arbitrarily limits you on something. It arbitrarily limits you to go through an area until you level up. And you're already too strong for what's in there. That's why, like, there may be like there's an unspoken expected level. Nothing in this game explicitly tells you you need to be this tall to go on this ride. You just learn that by going in and getting jumped by something like, oh, they hit me really hard and I did almost no damage. I need to be a little bit stronger to get through here. That's the best method for stuff. I also will accept in later, like more modern RPGs where they've taken on the traits. I don't know if this is where it originated, but this is the first time I really remember seeing it, like World of Warcraft, where enemies have like a color over them that shows their threat level to you relative to where you currently are at. So you can see like a per encounter basis, like, okay, I don't want to go through there. But like it is, especially within like the classic D&D, if you're doing like a classic AD&D style like hex crawl or like just a sandbox game where like there's no limits. You can walk anywhere, right? There's nothing arbitrarily limiting you from an area, but you may walk somewhere and find that like you are totally not up to the challenge of this area. But that's part of the fun of that, is exploring that and learning. And oftentimes just like battling your way through it, like just gives you everything you need to get through it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm not quite strong enough, but if I just keep trying a little bit, I get more powerful. We'll beat on some Grogers here. I think we can split the attack. They're not that beastly. Critical hit terminate. Oh yeah, that worked out great. Even if Black Belt doesn't kill the second Groger. Critical hit terminate, and he did. So we're good. So wow, did it first comes in handy. Yeah. Well, then a lot of that also goes with like the games have done this before, so it's not a super new thing, but it seems more the norm now to, instead of having random encounters, just have enemies on the map, and then you can choose whether you wish to encounter them or not. I don't mind random encounters. I find it to be part of the fun, but I'm not like I have to have random encounters. I think both systems can work. And I think there are times you can mix it up. Like Chrono Trigger has enemies that are visible, but there are still times where you can get jumped. Did I get all this? I already got this, didn't I? I did. Yeah, like there are times where you're walking around and you get ambushed by enemies that were like hidden in the bushes and stuff. I thought that was really cool. Secret of Mana series, where they're just kind of there, you're like fighting them, but it's not like a locked-in encounter thing. I forgot the game did that. They came out of the bushes. Yeah, I always thought that was neat. It's annoying if you're being very careful about sneaking through an area, or like trying to avoid everything, and then you still get jumped by someone you couldn't see. But I don't think it happened frequently enough, at least from what I recall last time I played that game, that it was like, oh, this is just annoying. But I know a lot of people are really put off by random encounters or turn-based combat, or particularly like the ATB stuff. I enjoy most of the different playthroughs, and I think to me it just comes down to like a game-by-game basis. Some games make it a nightmare by having higher encounter levels or like really out of whack balance. The numbers just like do not support the player at all. I think one of the best things you can do in a game with random encounters like that is to give people items to raise or lower the chance of hitting an encounter, or just block encounters for a certain amount of time, like the repels in Pokemon. It was a long game, lots of Chrono Trigger, multiple endings. Yeah, that was one of the first games that I played that I knew had multiple endings. There are other games before that I didn't realize had different endings, or that there wasn't enough meat to the ending for me to really like worry about it that much. Because sometimes games have alternate endings, and it's like Bubble Bobble has alternate endings, but like it's just kind of different text, and so it's not like a huge thing. But I remember all the different endings in Chrono Trigger, the different things that would trigger things. My favorite alternate ending is the one where civilization changes and it's the reptides or like the dominant species, like the Planet of the Apes style ending. I thought was very fun. Yeah, it's over that way. Bat, y'all better move it. Kiki. Thank you. Ah! The bat jumped me. Yeah, I think like I'm really excited to play more RPGs on systems that I didn't have when I was younger, or get exposed to more variety of RPGs, because most RPGs that I played, the ones I have the most memory of are Super Nintendo, and I still regard like the Super Nintendo era, to me, just based on what I have played, is like the best era for RPGs. I think there's a lot of great stuff on PlayStation too. I think PlayStation, and I think there's like split there between what kind of style you like. I personally like this style of game a lot. Werewolf, can we just run from these? This is gonna be a pain to fight all of these guys. I think we can escape them. We did. I don't want to get poisoned by those guys. It's just a resource dump. But I love like the Super Nintendo era of RPGs. And I have a lot that I like really enjoyed on there. I haven't played a lot of Sega Genesis RPGs. I'm playing like lately though, or like stuff like NES level. I've been really interested in a lot of Famicom RPGs that never got released in the US, because there's a lot of them. Particularly on the Famicom Disk System, because not everything that released on the Famicom Disk System got ported to the Famicom. And a lot of that stuff remains untranslated because the way a lot of those games stored text had particular types of compression people haven't been able to crack. A lot of good ones on SNES. That's where RPGs got their footing. Yeah. Games like this like set the stage for it, but I don't think they became truly like the Western appetite really didn't get up there till the SNES era. One of my favorite SNES RPGs I know did not do real well. It was a quintet game Enix put out. They released it here as RoboTrek, but it was originally called Slapstick. And you have robots you construct that fight for you. I played a lot of that game. That game had a lot going on with it. I really dug the story of that game. The music was really good. I love robots. So if you give me an RPG that has robots in it, like I'm all over that. I think we're coming up on the Lich battle. I don't know if there's another layer to this dungeon or if we're just like gonna pop in and there's a Lich. I forget. The last time I played through this was the Game Boy Advance version like 15 years ago, so my recollection on things is like dim at best. And also the Game Boy Advance version is pretty true to it, but it changes a lot of stuff in terms of balancing. The naming conventions get confusing. Looking at this, like, what is this? Like when Joshua was telling me about, you can get Mithril early, and I'm like, yeah. And I forgot that, like, no, they don't call it Mithril in here. It's all silver. I already have the Mithril sword. Like, oh, I didn't need that. First RPG was Final Fantasy IV. 7 or 6 had to run down words if I didn't know something was. I think the first one that I seriously played through was Final Fantasy VI. And I played that before playing Secret of Mana. I got Secret of Mana after playing Final Fantasy VI. And then Chrono Trigger and RoboTrek. a couple of Super Mario RPG, but I only had that on rental and I actually never finished that until I played through the remake. First game that felt like a movie or cartoon. Yeah, it's funny when like people point out a certain shift in time, and I've seen it listed at different times, and usually it's like PlayStation or PlayStation 2 era, that it's a more widespread idea of games as like a cinematic experience, right? But there's a lot of games like going back way earlier that have like cutscenes, either still or animated, or are written in a way like that feel very cinematic. Some of them we didn't get in the US. The original Metal Gear games are like a clear example of like a very early, and it's like, it's Hideo Kojima, the man's like a cinephile. There's so much that is pulled from like American movies from those two games, the original MSX versions. That's always been there. There has always been in video games developers who had these ideas that were like, I'm basically telling this story that would be a movie or an animated show in game form. It's just that the technology didn't support it as much until later hardware. Welcome back, Judd. But only Final Fantasy games like that. I had no idea what RPG was. Yeah. Well, at the time, like, you compare like the depth of like the Final Fantasy games to a lot of other stuff out there. And there were other RPGs, but a lot of them like slipped under the radar, very poorly received. Tecmo's Secret of the Stars is a really interesting game that kind of falls apart in a lot of areas. But I think it's worth checking out. But there's a lot of those games that like you might see at Blockbuster that you probably wouldn't give much of a chance. But yeah, there's a lot of games that were like platformers or side scrollers or shooters, and they didn't have like as much depth to them. And RPGs were generally where you went from that. But now, like, I love like the melting pot of games now where like, yeah, it's an action game, but it has like some RPG elements and it has this like deeper, elaborate story and like a lot of cutscenes and a lot of the cinematic stuff. And it just seems like across the board now. I feel like you could find puzzle games that are like, this puzzle game's got a deep, enriching story. There's a stone plate on the floor. You sense something evil. Give it the rod. The plate shatters, revealing a stairway. We must travel downward to evil. How's everyone's status looking like? Hit points are okay. We're all about on level. Poor Chuck is like more than double the XP everyone else needs to hit the next level. Get all that stuff mixed into one. Your level, equal skills and stuff. Yeah. And just like the idea that like everything's telling a story. You get a lot more elaborate writing for stuff, to the point that if your game doesn't have much of a story or like voiceovers or things like that, it starts to lose points. It's very interesting to see the progression of games and where things have gone. It bums me out a lot to see that a lot of the old development studios are long gone. To think that a lot of the people who made some extremely influential games like have either aged out or just like found more lucrative careers and just moved out of the field entirely. And I always think about that stuff, like, what if the, teams behind some of these older games were like still able to make games today? Sometimes you see that. Sometimes it's disappointing because it's like they're not really making use of the newer tech. They're just making the same game they made before, just on current hardware, but it's basically the same thing. I think the new Shenmue was kind of like that. Things didn't really advance. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. But yeah, like, I'm really a big fan of a lot of the stuff that Human Entertainment made. They're kind of gone. Hudson made a lot of games that I really love, and I'm sure none of those people are still, or maybe they are, maybe I'm wrong. Sad and depressing, yeah. Midway, yeah. Oh, Jumington Studios be like, we wouldn't get very far Because every one time I start a business venture, like my employees tend to just kind of like take new jobs and leave without notice, without any kind of forwarding address to myself or their family. Often they just leave without packing and no one ever hears from them again. Assume new identities, I guess. It's a real mystery. WB holding Mortal Kombat hostage. Yeah, I'm interested both from the like movie business aspect, the streaming aspect, but also the video game aspect. Whoever buys that, what's going to happen to the video game segment of that? Because it doesn't sound like that's a big selling point for anyone. It sounds like the people bidding on it aren't really that interested in the game section. So I'm wondering if that will, I'm hoping that either they'll just be left to their own devices to produce stuff, or that section will get sold off. You tell people if you're going to quit, just in case, come back in the future and need a game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, if you got, it's just good. You know, it's weird enough. Look, I get it, right? Maybe you didn't really like the job. Compensation package wasn't there enough. Personality conflicts. You know, I think you should leave 2 weeks. You don't want to burn your bridges. That was one thing. It was just weird that they just left. Car in the parking lot, all their stuff at home. Families there usually. They just kind of vanished without a trace, mysteriously. In a way that you know, several allegations have been leveled at myself and my company. All unproven. I just think it's strange, you know? Like, it's one thing to quit your job, but like, at least tell someone where we're going. Is there anything Mortal Kombat? Oh, start a riot. I'm hoping they don't just like try to harvest it for the IP and just like, we're going to make movies out of it. Don't say no more for legal reasons. That's what my lawyer says all the time. I'm constantly getting texts from him like, you need to stop talking about this subject. There's ongoing litigation. Like, perhaps I've said too much. Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder, I wouldn't be too surprised if the video game section didn't get sold off or spun off to its own thing. Because Netflix doesn't care. Netflix put a bunch into games and then realized that they weren't really going to get anyone. Like, people just weren't aware Netflix had games. And I think their focus is just on like the mobile end of things now. Which, I mean, the line is blurring every day between like mobile and desktop. And there are a lot of games that cross over very well, and what's on mobile is a lot more advanced than the last time I was paying any real attention to it, to be honest. So sometimes I talk about mobile games in a fashion that may seem derogatory, but that's largely because when I think of mobile games, I think of something like Candy Crush. But like, you can play the Resident Evil games on an iPhone, so like, what's the diff? I didn't know until some of them was gone. Yeah, it was really strange. Just when people have midlife crises. That's what I thought. I mean, that's that's why I'm here right now. Some would argue. I wouldn't. But the dates line up. But yeah, I don't know. Like, Netflix has said like the video game part of the business did not factor into their pricing, and they don't see a real value with it. The worst case scenario is if they just sit on those IPs and like cut the studio and just don't do anything with it. Right. And they're just like, we'll just license it off. Because there's enough of that out there. There's enough companies that are just like sitting on IPs and like, nah, we don't want to make a game. Or if they're just like, it's only going to be movies now. It's like the people only care about the movies because of the games. Some high quality mobile games nowadays. Some are still like the old ones. Yeah. That's what's weird with mobile is like, it's a real mix. And I think about companies like Konami that wanted to get more into mobile, and like a lot of companies, but they were like Japanese companies, but they were doing it at a time when most of the phones they were targeting were like feature phones or flip phones, like much more limited hardware wise. And I feel like they would be better off targeting that now. But a lot of times when I see bigger companies that are like, we're putting this on mobile, it's like a mobile port of Dragon Quest, which isn't a bad thing, but it's like you could target it more. I personally selfishly don't want to see that because I don't really play games on the phone, and I don't want the phone to become another thing where I'm like, I gotta think about what I'm buying to make sure it can run stuff. I just need it to make calls and texts and stuff. I don't need a lot else, and I like not having to worry about that. But it is interesting when I find out about games, and I'm like, oh, this was originally a mobile game. Like, this is really nice. There's some really good stuff out there. Should be on Steam too. Yeah, and quite a few of them are, which I'm glad for. I think the more powerful like phones and tablets get, the more easily you can have like crossplay between different platforms on that stuff. Family friend's uncle faked his death and somehow got to South America, then Aruba. Living the dream. Living the dream. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what that happens. My phone has more RAM than my PC. PC's from 2017. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy to think about, like, my phone isn't even that powerful, but it is magnitudes more powerful than the first computer I ever owned. Like magnitudes more. I think the microcontroller inside an SD card that manages that may be more powerful numbers wise than my first PC. It's crazy how far technology has come. And so it doesn't surprise me that like mobile is a huge market still. I think the difficulty in the mobile market is getting through the noise of a lot of like free to play or pay to win stuff. Pentium trash. That was my first computer, was a Pentium 100. Like Pentium 1. And now I look at like any of the chips coming out and it's like, what do these numbers even mean? I don't even know where this fits in there. All right, let's roll down. Let's see what we got in this last section. Oh, there's more actual dungeon. I don't know if there's any. Let's see, a room over there. I don't know if there's any loot that's worth us fiddling around with down here. Wizards. Hey, there's something at Dell Gate, like a gateway. Remember, a gateway was like a big deal. That was back with like, yeah, like Dell and Gateway, like versus HP, Compaq. HP and Compaq were two separate companies. Packard Bell. My first computer was a Packard Bell. I don't know what happened to them, but it was kind of like a race to the bottom where like everyone was trying to undercut everybody else on price, and it just gradually led to everyone like folding up or getting folded into everybody else. I remember E-Machines. E-Machines had this deal that like was just never really gonna work out. That you could get a computer and then like, oh wow, is that a Wizard Ogre? A Wizogre? Is that Mike Wazowski? And a Groger too. I remember I pile on this dude. I want to throw some Fire 3. Do I want to use a Fire 3? I will use a Fire 3. They look ice-ish. I don't know if they are, but most things don't like being set on fire. IBM had a computer brand. IBM was like, oh, there is like a lot of the standard of computing for the longest time when they would call it IBM compatible because they were like the biggest player, and they really let that slip. But their laptops, like the ThinkPads, were like the boring but like super reliable, like really well built machines for a long time until they sold it off to Lenovo. And by that point, Lenovo had been the company actually producing the ThinkPad. It was just IBM's name, basically. I don't know where they're at now. I think their reputation has been sullied by events, but IBM also mostly targeted businesses, and it was down to like Dell and Gateway, HP to a bit, where they were really pushing for the home market. Because for a long time it was like questionable, like, is there really a home market for PCs? Or is this a business only thing? I've got to fight all of these dudes. I'm definitely not using magic again. I'll be here all day. Uh-oh. First, some heals at Orco there. I am still wanting software update. Yeah. No more computers. No, they're in the software space. They were doing what we now consider early work with AI. What was it? Deep Blue, I think, was their chess computer. He's gonna need more than one. Chug-a-lug, Orco. It's not doing too bad. Terminated. Yeah, these fights aren't terrible. Where do we get XP wise out of these? Alienware was one I ever got. Only one kid had one. Alien. So I was working in a computer shop when Alienware, before they became part of Dell. Is that good? I don't think that's good. And I always found Alienware to be weird, because I did a lot of repair work on these, and Alienwares were like really crappily built, but they had this reputation of like, oh, I got this Alienware. I gotta tell you, Alienware was not something to brag about. Like, Alienwares are kind of a ripoff. And the other thing I learned working there is that most of the Alienware computers, you could just buy the actual like base that they used, and they're basically just white boxing other existing brands. The build quality was like really shoddy, and their support was like not great. They were just one of the only companies that was mostly like rebadging existing computers that you could go out and buy, but it was like building a desktop. You know, it was a kit. Like, you had to get the CPU, you had to get all that stuff. You had to know what you were doing to a certain extent. But like the support was bad. There were a lot of board issues. But yeah, like that it was like a gaming PC that you could just go out and buy. So you didn't really have to know it. And they sold it as like this big luxury, like, oh, you want to get the top of the line Alienware. And they still have a lot of issues. Their ventilation a lot of times is very poor. I've seen systems where they they'll use proprietary power supplies and junk like that, just stupid stuff. They'll shove the video card in the case in such a way that it gets no airflow, and so it's just cooking itself. And that's modern day. But also now, like, there's tons of companies that are like, we'll sell you gaming PCs of varying quality and support and utility and value. It's a lot compared to when Alienware first hit the scene. It's a lot more realistic to get a good value for your dollar buying a pre-built system than it was back then. No one talks about them nowadays. No, I mean, they became part of Dell. The only time I ever seen the Alienware get mentioned is monitors that they put out, and it's just like a Dell monitor. It's got Alienware badging on it because it's for gaming, but they're not doing anything special. Because you can get a gaming PC from like HP, you can get a gaming PC from MSI. I think Corsair was selling them. I don't know what the deals with that now. I think this one is a Corsair, this pre-built I got. I mean, I got this because I looked at the price of building my own versus a pre-built that was on sale, and was like, I'm saving like $1,000 here. So all those issues, high prices. Yeah, we made a lot of money working on Alienware laptops, and I felt bad. But like, people came in and they were so braggy about it, like, oh, I got an Alienware here. And it's like, man, I wouldn't touch this thing with a 10-foot pole. Like, you could build this. You could get like the non-Alienware branded base, bare bones laptop chassis and the parts and assemble this yourself. and it would be the exact same thing, except it didn't say Alienware, and you would slash like $1,500 off the price. It was, that markup was crazy. Damn it. I was like, please, oh my gosh, the Sphinx. The riddle of the Sphinx is that we will kill you. That is our riddle. That's not a bad looking Sphinx, I gotta say. How tough is the Sphinx? Let's just make sure everyone brings a drink. Chuck's probably gonna need it. I feel like Chuck's gonna get punched. Chuck got punched. Oh yeah, these Sphinxes got a lot of meat on their bones, I'll tell you that much. Missed! Chuck, how could you? There is one thing that another area of weakness for the black belt is that enemies that have a high absorb, they have he has more trouble dishing out consistent good damage against versus like swords and axes. Jeez, these things are really putting up a fight. Missed! Their bait is through the roof. All right. Everybody wail on this. We'll heal up afterwards. Chuck, you must survive this. Critical hit. Kill it. Can they turn you into stone? I don't think they can. I think there was another one that can turn us into stone, but I haven't encountered them. I don't think I've encountered them yet. Chuck, I'm trying my best. I know, Chuck, it's fine. All right, let's get healed up. I was about to just walk out of here, and it's like, no, you really gotta. You don't want to wait until you're in the middle of a fight and realize, like, oh, Chuck's got 2 HP. Heals are comparatively cheap. Let's just get everybody loaded up. We need to leave. I don't think anything in here was worth it. And I wasted 1 fire 3 spell here. Wonder what that wooden staff cannot be better than anything else I have. It just can't. They do hit hard. And they had like a decent evade, so they're like dodging a bunch of my shots there. Don't appreciate it. Terminated. All right. Miss me with that, Groger. Hyenas really aren't doing much. Dodging my attacks. Get him! Doing okay. We're doing okay. I would like to leave here. We got some money, so it wasn't like a total bust. But like once again, like why is the treasure in this cave so garbage? I don't think we haven't really found. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's just trolls. Okay. It's fine. I mean, trolls are like not ideal, and they can dish out some punishment, but like we can take them. We'll survive this. I thought it was going to be more of the same of what we were just fighting. Critical hit. Well done, Orko. This will be a blessing in the long run. Yeah. I was really like, I got real excited when I saw it over there until I remembered that I have to wait for the job upgrade. before I can actually use it. And it's like, oh, even if I got it, even if I bought those spells, like we couldn't use it now. I'm really gonna want that when I get to the end of this dungeon and I gotta walk through all of this stuff again to leave. What do we get out of that? Who's carrying it? It's probably Chuck. It's usually Chuck. Weapon. No, it's Jump. Send this to... Send it to Zane. I gotta sell some of this stuff. What is that one? That one's gotta be like super weak. It's weapons. Wooden staff? It's just wooden staff. It's nothing, unless it's mislabeled, that's nothing special. And a wooden staff is like 6. That's something you can buy in the starting town. Why is it here? Why would I want that? Why would I use that? The cockatrice. Okay, cockatrice I think can turn us to stone. And I would rather not. I'd rather not tangle with them. Not a huge gaggle of them like that. Jeez. I'm just gonna keep heading inward. Image, huh? Critical hit. Get out of here. They sure can turn you to stone. Yep. Yeah, the loot in the Earth Cave has been very bizarre to me. Because I've had to like sit through some pretty nasty fights to get to the treasure chest. And there'll be like a couple thousand gold, and like that's cool. And then there'll be like like the weakest armor or weapons available. Like why is this here? Why would I want this? Where's the good loot? I think this is just another treasure trap, but I'm gonna fall for it. I'll battle you. I'll battle you. Got a lot of money now. Oh, I didn't look. Anyone care something? Really? It's just like I was saying like an hour ago. It's like if I don't look at the money for like an hour and I'm just encountering things normally, when I do go back and look at it, it's like, oh wow, I'm rich. Woo! That is a nice amount of money. Ah, no. No, please. Let me go. Can't run. Okay, we got out. How many softs do I have? I think I have 1. I bought 1. It's like, I don't know if I'll need that. A cabin? A cabin is not bad. Oh, it's less guys than it was before. By 1. It's these kind of fights here that are like really racking in the cash. Terminated. Terminated. Beautiful. Get out of here, Jolly Green Giant. I'll eat your green beans later. Mash him. Mash him up. Have grilled hyena 3 times a day. Cabin restore HP and MP and save 2. So yeah, cabins restore HP. Cabins do not restore magic because in this version there's no MP. I think they restore MP in the Game Boy Advance version. But in this game, you just have spell slots. So the house is the only thing that recovers spell slots, but it has a bug where it will recover your spell slots after you save. So if you reload the save, you won't get it back. So you usually follow it up with a tent or a cabin. But all the cabin does is like it heals. It allows you to save in the field, and it will heal slightly more HP than the tent did. So it goes tent to cabin to house. But you have to be outside to use it, which is, I don't believe I can use it down here in the cave. If I can, I'm gonna try it, because that would honestly be helpful to me. We're not doing too bad health wise so far. I have used quite a bit of the heal potions, but we have quite a bit of them too. That's why I max out what I'm carrying, because like it'll get used. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure that Zane and Orko can take down this Groger. I don't think it's got that much health. I could be wrong. Come on, Zane. Finish the job. Never mind. Final Fantasy games have save points in the dungeons. Yeah, which I always appreciated. And then you could use like tents and stuff on the save point. At least like Final Fantasy VI had that. So something, you know, that Santa says ho ho ho. To get it from green. The green giant. I assume that's like an auto connect for the green giant. Ho ho ho, green giant. I wonder, is the green giant Santa? Did I buy that silver shield? No, I can't complain. Like, so not to be like, I can't believe I paid for it. We finally got some good treasure in here, and it's like, oh, that's cool. I already bought it though. I already bought that. I bought that. I went in the ocean and bought it. I wonder if they're related. Does that mean Santa is technically classified as a giant? Like in terms of creature type? Like if you had to classify him as a type of creature for the purposes of determining like weaknesses and common traits and things like that, would he be considered of the giant race? I think Santa would be considered of the giant race, because the giant race also includes beings that aren't gigantic in some versions of D&D where that matters. Or it could be that the Jolly Green Giant was like an adopted sibling of Santa. Or that Santa merely studied his magic under the tutelage of the Jolly Green Giant, or with the Jolly Green Giant's family. Because it stands to reason that the Jolly Green Giant has some magical aptitude. He's at least some sort of druid. He has a mystic connection with the earth. That's my theory anyway. Perhaps he passed off some of his magical teachings to Santa, and Santa just picked up the habit of ho ho hoing. We'll totally watch a cartoon about him. I wonder, like, what kind of adventures would the Jolly Green Giant get up to? I'm picturing something like Space Ghost, not Space Ghost Coast to Coast, but like the original Space Ghost with just the Jolly Green Giant, like weirdly rotoscoped punching people. I'm just trying to eat Santa. If I encountered Santa in a game where I could battle Santa, and at the end it said monster slain, you know I would eat Santa. Some Captain Planet stuff. That was my second guess. Is this gonna be like Captain Planet? Is it just gonna be an ad campaign for Jolly Green Giant vegetables? It would be like Popeye, except like it's like not canned spinach. How's everybody doing? They're doing okay. Well, he's not really hurt, right? He's just kind of, he got leveled. Where do I go here? I think that was just a dead end there. All right. We've made it. Damn it. To another section. People destroying his fields, so he tramples them. I can imagine the Jolly Green Giant just like angrily hurling some construction equipment. That could work. Just gonna sneak a quick cookie here. It's weird how Popeye Fried Chicken never used the Popeyes character for anything. I swore that they did at some point long ago. This can't be right. Let me look this up because I just saw something, but it was in the AI, so I doubt it. For like that kids' cartoon characters in horror movies. I like the idea. Where does the name come from? History. Tell me about the name, because I don't think Popeyes. All right, the name is not from Popeye, the sailor. It's from Gene Hackman's character in The French Connection, Jimmy Popeye Doyle, which came out a year before the chain was founded. However, the company's early brand became deeply tied to the cartoon store with its sponsorship of the Popeye and Pals children's show in New Orleans, and the character appeared on items from packaging to racing boats. Chain later acquired rights to use Popeye the Sailor for marketing and used this for 35 years. In late 2012, AFC announced mutual termination of the licensing contract with King Feature Syndicate, effectively ending the association with Popeye character. I would not have thought that in a million years. I would not guess that Popeye's Chicken is named after Popeye Doyle from The French Connection, which is a great movie. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Gene Hackman, the late great Gene Hackman, is fantastic in it. Highly recommend you go out and watch The French Connection from 1971. But I never would have thought that the chicken place was named after him, because I remember going into Popeyes and having like Popeye the Sailor like on packaging. He was used in marketing for Popeyes. So if I could find an image. Yeah, like here's a picture of a Popeyes. Popeye the Sailor Man Grand Theft Auto 5. That's a separate thing, but that's interesting. Here's a commercial from 1975 with a cartoon Popeye and olive oil in it. This is the picture that I need to show you that that cements this. All right, let me bring this picture in here. So yeah, like they did use Popeye somewhat, even though that's not what it was originally named after. It's very funny to me though. Popeye Doyle, huh? So I believe that is the I think from what I read, that's the founder of Popeye's Chicken. Wrestling with Popeye the Sailor Man. That outfit looks like something a slasher would wear in a 70s or 80s movie. It looks like, just imagine that like You look out your window at night and it's standing on your lawn. And then you can hear that behind you. You hear the sound of the can opening and you know you're doomed. Like, oh no. Would have been scared of that when I was a kid. You would be right to be. You would be right to fear this man. I'd be worried if you weren't afraid. Look at the size of his hands, man. His entire hand is just swallowed up by this big meaty mitt. What horrifying, jagged, fleshless mouth waits beneath this mask to consume you? Well, they say the eyes are a window to the soul, and this one looks like someone threw a baseball through his window, so... What a shot. Well, I learned something today. I have to tell my stepdad a lot that he is a frequenter of Popeye's chicken. Usually gets the chicken sandwich, and then the other day he's like, I think I'm gonna get Popeye's chicken. And I'm like, oh yeah? And he's like, yeah, just the chicken. Because it never occurred to me that you could just get chicken there. Like, I always get the sandwiches. I'm like, yeah, I mean, the sandwiches are kind of a recent thing. Like, that every restaurant under the sun is like, we're going to do chicken sandwiches now. Like, no one else has. I want you to fight the bull. You get the bull by the horns. But I think, like, we don't have a KFC in our area anymore. So we haven't just gotten, like, a bucket of chicken in a while. The KFC that was in the area like really went downhill, and so we just stopped eating there. Chicken Wars rage on. Yeah. Remember the Chicken Wars gave us the KFC dating sim? I loved KFC's commercials. I liked KFC, and I was really bummed out that we only had like one KFC in town, and it was garbage. It was like they were really just going down the tubes. I really feel like the owners were just like trying to run out the clock on the lease, and it finally closed up shop. Well, I got Popeyes now. Like, we should just eat that more frequently. But most of the time, if I was eating with my folks and they wanted to get fried chicken, they would just get it from the grocery store, which was not a bad option. Yeah, the chicken sandwich wars are outrageous to me. Like, everyone's got a chicken sandwich now. They're all about the same. Be real with you. I have one good one bad one for the new Bojangles. I wish I had a Bojangles around here. Not because like I'm dying to eat it, but like anytime I hear about like some fast food franchise that's not here, I'm just like, I wish there was one nearby just so I could at least try it. Even if I didn't like it, I'd like to know. It's you know, I need to know if it's good or bad. Otherwise, it's like Schrodinger's chicken joint. It's like you'll never know if it's good or bad until you observe it. Imagine Popeye's chicken, put spinach in the chicken. They had something with that. They had some like tie-in with like a spinach can for like drinks or something like that. I swear I remember that. A jiggle. It jiggles when it jangles. This fried chicken got me sick. It was good. One of the workers was sick. Oh, that's rough. It can happen. That can happen like so many places. But that always sucks. I don't know where do I want to go here? Just move ever onward here. Oh, there's treasure over there. What are the odds that the treasure in that room over there is awful? And if I head over there, I'll be very disappointed and saddened. They're just going to lose like a bunch of hit points getting back that way. Critical! Destroy that man. This mummy. Critical hit. Really racking up the crits here. Hoping it's worth it. I hope so too. I would like to not But you know what? If I don't go, it's going to bother me. I'll always be thinking, what was in that room? What was in that room? And I don't want to just like look it up. You know what I'm saying? I just go look it up later and be like, I looked it up on the internet and it said that it was good not to go because there was nothing but $5 and a chicken bone in there. I want to earn that chicken bone. Everyone crush this mummy. Everyone wail on him. All right, he's dead. Mummy from the Under Wraps movie. Oh, another guy's Under Wraps. They're feeling a lot playing Strange Antiquities. So many items with similar features to the index isn't always helpful. Oh, yeah, it's rough when you're like trying to like cycle through like, is it worth it for me to go through this? And you're working with like bad or incomplete info. Man, I have used 69 heals since I went to that town. And one to grow on. Oh, never mind. I think this is like the boss fight, so... Just a random troll in the boss room. Sure. And it came here to get this crystal ball. And we get jumped by a troll. It would suck if this troll killed us. That would be ridiculous. We're like the hero, like tripping and falling and just dying from head trauma. Another troll just like Heroine's Quest. They've come for me. Here's some junk you can use to make an awesome weapon 10 hours later. Yeah. The Fiend's Ball cracks open. An ominous cloud rises, and an evil shape congeals. It is Lich, the Fiend of Earth. Oh man, that guy looks so cool. Look at him. He's amazing. I love him. Can we keep him as a pet? Can we keep the Lich? We just make him a pet. I like Liches, man. They got the right idea. Like, just live forever so you can continue to study magic forever. It doesn't matter if you're just bones. Plus, you got like the phylactery. Where's his phylactery? If we don't destroy the phylactery, he'll just keep coming back. I don't think this game cares about that. Should we harm? I don't know if harm 2 or harm 1 like changes. I feel like harm should hurt this guy. We got 5 castings of it. And then I'm also going to go throw fire because who likes being set on fire? If you live long enough, you can become one. I would like to. His soul stone. We must break it. Critical hit. That's not a lot of damage, but I'll live with it. Oh my god. Jump did like 9 points of damage. That's absurdly low. We may be in trouble here. We may have a problem. I'll do it again. You know what I should do? Is throw fast on one of these guys. Who should I throw fast on? Jump for Chuck? Jump, I'll do both. We'll start with jump, which is haste. Yikes! Oh my god! Oh boy! Oh, that hurt real bad. That hurt real bad. Oh, he's dead. I was worried for a second there, but you know, he folded up shop pretty damn quick. Yeah, those mages really chewed him up real good. Use haste on the mages. Well, the haste on the mages wouldn't work because all the haste would do for them in this version anyway is that increases the number of their attacks. But I don't believe haste improves the spell casting at all. So your best bet is to throw haste on your fighters so that they get more hits in. But those hits weren't doing much anyway. I would have been better off just casting fire again. But Harm 2 did the trick. We had barely any damage from Jump for Chuck. Way more from Harm 2 and Fire 3. And then he just folded. He perished. And now we can use his bones for soup. Jump would fill empty cups with blood, empty plates with meat when given souls. It would. 3,000 gold is not bad at all. I wish I had a plate that would just give me meat for souls. Different one doesn't increase the speed of the casting spell. No, I don't believe so. As far as I recall, in this version, casting haste doesn't actually because this is like pre-ATB. Was it ATB, right? Attack time battle. The haste worked a little bit differently after they added like the ATB, where they could like act more quickly with haste. In this one, if you use haste, it increases the number of attacks when you attack. But in terms of like your actual turn, it still goes the same. So haste doesn't really do anything for spellcasters, unless I'm completely wrong about that. But that's my recollection of it. That's my understanding of it, that it's just for like the physical attacks. And the spells would still only be like one casting of the spell. It'd be great if it wasn't. But it does owe to its basis of D&D. And that is like a for everything in D&D. I'm sure there's ways around it in whatever version. But all the ways you could make your character faster or give yourself extra actions in D&D almost always had the caveat that like spellcasters can still only cast one spell per turn. Because that would come up a lot in 3rd edition. Like, oh, you get an extra action. Yeah, but you can't cast a spell again. It's different like 5th because you have different types of spells that I think you can stack, but like generally speaking, you can only cast once per turn. All right. I'm gonna throw some magic out here. No, I'll just use the heals. I'm just taking a look at everybody's HP and like he really like he threw that ice spell was like an everybody attack, so it's not like he was deliberately targeting Orko, but like yeah, Orko's magic defense not that great. We're gonna be spending a decent chunk of this money just recovering like the heal potions. Oh my god, we just walked out. That's amazing. That's amazing to me that we didn't have to walk all the way back out. Oh, that's so good. I got to I'm gonna look at this real quick. It's funny, like I'm looking at this like very quick, this brisk walkthrough, and it doesn't talk at all about like, here's what treasure you could find. I'll look that up later. I thought you had to walk back. I thought I did too. Well, we've defeated the Lich. And we're gonna get killed by these guys. We're not gonna get killed by these guys. These guys can't take us down. We're untouchable now. Okay, he did touch us. But it's not that big of a deal. Just 'cause. I don't need to, but I will, because we're heading back to town. We might as well have some fun. But now I definitely am glad that I'm setting you on fire. Don't touch Orko. Nobody touches Orko. Touch the screen save. Forgot it's only when you're sleeping. Yeah. We're not going to get killed heading back to town. And that's when I'll save. If I was really worried about it, I could throw down a cabin out here and save. But I will be fine. Yeah, it's tricky in like the older games where like you're really limited like when and where you can save. That was one like really big advantage. There's some ice out there that like actual computer games of the time, like on the Japanese computer market, the PC 88 or 90. I don't think that 98 was out yet. PC 88 or the MSX. Like generally speaking, you could just save wherever you wanted. Terminated. Be very wasteful with the spells, but so what? Bump 69 points, nice. All right, we defeated the Lich and fixed everything, so. Are you the Light Warriors? Yes, we are. Warriors, revive the power of the orbs! Sarda does not fear the evils of the cave. Did I get... I got an orb out of that. Okay. Didn't say anything, but it's there. It's up here. Orb! I don't know if we go talk to Sarda about that or... I was expecting somebody here to have like some comment. Thanks to you, the earth is beginning to revive. Oh, good. At least somebody acknowledged it. Pass through the Titan's tunnel, then south to find Sarda the Sage. I already talked to Sarda. Light Warriors, thanks to you, the earth is beginning to revive. They say the ancient people used a stone to make their ship float. Cool. The northern world, there once was a prosperous civilization, but now it is ruins. Should I go talk to Sarda again? I don't remember. I don't know if I need to. I'm just gonna hit the bricks. Everybody knows me. What? You've never heard of Dr. Un? I don't think so. Titan who lives in the tunnel eats gems. He loves rubies. He already dealt with them. Look, the earth orb is shining again. That it is. Melmont was once a beautiful town. I mean, you can rebuild it. Might want to. I don't. You might need to move the bodies. I'll be real with you. It might be an option to explore. We got a nice amount of money. We got a nice bit of change there. I think we've talked to everybody here. We could go talk to Sarda again. Otherwise, we could head to... I'm gonna swing by Sarda again. Ghouls! After a little bit more after you sell that stuff. Oh, that's right. I got some junk to sell. I think that stuff will be like a couple hundred at most. Most of it's pretty... The silver shield might be a decent price, but... I don't know. I think that like the wooden staff is like a 2 gold item. just harm these fools. Harm them out of existence. Oh, they're paralyzing me. Oh, well. Maybe I should have harmed it. Oh, that was that was not as effective as I had hoped. Well, eventually they'll stop being paralyzed. It'll be fine. They just slowly siphon their life away. Oh. Eventually they'll die. Just throw another harm. What's the harm in that? Oh, of course he's just dead now. So I'm like, I don't know, maybe I will use spells again. Oh, jeez. Poor Orko. Orko got up for like 3 seconds. Enough time to kill an enemy and just get whacked again. They're down but not out. All right. Gather all this treasure here. I wonder if there was more treasure in the lowest level of that dungeon. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything worth going back there for. But I could be wrong. No, they're not worth it. They're not worth it. Look, I just came here to talk to Sarda. I'm not looking to exterminate these wolves here. All right, old man. with your jars of what I hope is not your waste products. Revive the power of the orbs. Okay. Well, it's good to know. They're less than helpful, I suppose. But you know what? You can't win them all. All right. I'll be honest. I didn't think Sarda had any more to say here. But I thought it was worth at least wandering over here and checking before we leave the area. Because I'm gonna go back to Crescent Lake now. I wonder how far Chuck is now after all of that through the dungeon. Nobody in Crescent Lake really had much to say. I think there are only like 2 people over there. But I think that my brief journey up north, oh boy, to that northern continent just made me think that we're gonna need the airship for that. It's probably overkill. Throw some Fire 3 on them. Get lost, Grolfs. Oh, maybe not. I mean, some of them live. Hope Windows fixed the Control Z thing because I just pressed it. Hope I didn't mess anything up. What do you mean? What do you mean they fixed the Control Z thing? What is Control Z? That's just like the fairly universal like undo. Was there like a Windows undo issue? Oh, I know, Predmo, I know exactly what you're talking about. If you're like randomly in File Explorer, you hit Control Z and it doesn't indicate what it's done. I remember we were talking about this before. We're like, I couldn't find a folder that I had because at some point I accidentally hit Control Z and Explorer was in focus and it wasn't supposed to be, and it undid the name change. Used to make it so I would undo the last action in any folder. Yeah. I think, you know, the most that's going to have is like naming or moving something. But yeah, if you haven't touched stuff in a while and it just like, which one was the last action? What did I last modify? Did I never knew? Yeah, this happened to, we were talking about this a while ago. Like I couldn't find this file because the folder got changed to new folder. And I was so confused until I realized like, oh yeah, I remember that time I was working in Krita and I hit Control Z and it didn't undo it because Explorer was it. And I didn't even realize it was undoing something. Because it doesn't tell you, it just does it. There's no like indicator that it has like changed something. And if you're not actively looking at it, like, whoops, that's gone. It usually won't like delete a file, right? But if you moved a file, it may like move it back. Or if you named a folder or file, it may revert the names, the name to whatever it was before. Did in fact rename a folder back to new folder. I don't personally, I don't think that's something they can fix, because I think that's like working as intended. Unless I'm misunderstanding what's happening with you. Luckily it was in the quick access. Yeah. Because like, well, you know what happened to me? Like I was in that folder. I had Explorer open and it was in that folder. I just have to like be careful not to be in there. It wasn't even close. Even then, I think it's. I never really like made use of the undo like command in Explorer. And so I never think about it being there. You know, the only time it's ever gone off is when I think some other window has the focus. No one to cut. So I generally don't use, the only keyboard shortcut I use in Explorer is creating a new folder. Anything else, I just use the right click in the context menus, because I get I get results that are not what I am expecting when I use the keyboard shortcuts for stuff in there. But it is bad if you're working in something and you don't realize Explorer is the currently in focus window that all the commands are going to, right? And so you hit it like 7 times. What a mess. Good evening, Inochi. How are you? Is Inochi, is today your birthday? I believe I saw your message that you were going to be streaming today. Happy birthday, Inochi. Everybody wish Mr. Inochi a happy birthday, if you will. Inochi will be streaming before too long here, right? I was gonna pop into your stream after my stream was over with. And check that out. I do have to stop and get something to eat, but I do want to pop in for whatever I got going on. let's see who next week with DKC on Monday. That's yes, a week from Monday. Right, that kind of like caught me off guard because we're playing DKC. We're at least going to start it anyway on Monday, the 22nd. And like we were setting up the Fast Milk collab for this Friday, so I was like, yeah, Friday the 19th, and I'm just like, it's so close to Christmas. And I had to remind myself, like, it's not today. It's not today. The 19th is not today. I'm getting like panic attacks, like, oh God. All right, let's get out of here. Let's look at our map. Mega Man, Capcom. You're next. You're the man, Mega Man. I read that wrong and thought you said you're next, Mega Man. I was like, oh no, what's Mega Man done? Jum Jummer, are you excited about the new Mega Man game? Let's see here. Recognize all of those. Yeah, let's go in, go out. Eyeballing these. I guess we're just gonna go to Crest because I think everything on the northern end is. I didn't see any docks up there, so I don't know if there's anywhere I could just roll this boat to. But I know I can get to Crescent Lake, so that's where I'm gonna roll. Whoa! We'll fight everything on the way. Star Force finally gets its own collection. Do you know when that's supposed to release, Dum Drum? Because I don't remember when the Star Force collection is coming out. I'm excited about that because those were games that I missed the first time around, so I would like another chance to check them out. 2026. That's not too far off. That's not too far off. Not far enough. 18 days wait. Oh God. You put it that way. Ah. I still got to finish Christmas shopping and try and get all of those plans lined up. Oh. There just ain't enough hours in the day. I tell you what. No! Message there. Punch that shark. Punch that shark right off the boat and into our frying pan. Steaks for all. I didn't mention when I came back, wasn't able to easily get the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon Master Guide, but I will look that up for next time so I can roughly calculate based on a hex map scale how far we're traveling here and how long that travel would take in ideal circumstances on a ship based on AD&D. So we can guess how many years we've been on the road here. Because to us, like, you know, it's like a minute to walk from one point to the other, but like each one of those tiles will be several miles. We're carrying all these 100 bottles of healing potions. Whoa! Uh-oh, they jumped us. Clearly the world's as big as the neighborhood. Well, when we make ourselves gigantic to traverse the landscape and then shrink ourselves back down in order to fit inside the tiny human settlements, you know. Come on, Urkel. Lit these fools up. One man escapes. One fishman. I'm out of here. He saw what was coming and said, no! Akira next Saturday. Oh, I'll have to try to make that. I don't know if I can. I think I can make that. Akira's so good. This game, new Snow Bros 1 and 2 Special Wonderland on Steam. I don't know if I have to look at that. Snow Bro is the what will replace what the Bubble Bobble, like the post game once I'm able to do like the transition and backgrounds and everything. So that's coming in 2026. Will be Snow Bros. I saw they got a classic collection coming out, but it from what I saw right now, I can only get it by pre-ordering from Limited Run Games. I'm hoping they put it out digitally. I don't really want to buy it from Limited Run Games. I haven't looked up the Snow Bros that's on Steam, which I don't think they have the classic collection on there right now. It's Rule 2 special of new content options to play the original arcade versions. Ah, okay. I'll have to look at that. I was gonna play the NES Snow Bro. Critical hit. Snowball's Wonderland is 3D. Oh, I haven't seen that. I would not be adverse to checking that out. Whoa! Well, it's worse than Super Bomberman R games. What am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? Pede. I hope that's short for centipede. That is a very unfortunate manner in which they have chosen to shorten centipede. That's about the worst they could go with. I don't like it. I don't like it. Cheaper tool. I don't know. I got both Super Bomberman R games shortly after release for like deep discounts. Like they were not confident in the sales of those games and they put them on like a steep discount. And I felt like I got more than my money's worth out of both of those. I really enjoyed Super Bomberman R and R2. I will say they don't hold up to the Super Bomberman series on SNES, which was my favorite. But I don't think they were terrible. Just Game Boy version Snow Bros special contains a new set of levels after the original arcade levels. Are those on there? Because I know that they've got the classic collection contains. What does it contain? Does it contain the Game Boy version? I think it's got the original NES version. I'll have to look at the one that's on Steam to see what it has, if it differs. Because I was surprised when I saw that I'm like, oh, Chuck leveled. So I wasn't even like watching him too closely. Now he's back up there. He's still behind us, but like we're doing okay. How's everyone doing health wise? No one's that close to death. We can hold off. We can make it. The nice thing to say about Super R games, Super X Zero, they are better than X Zero. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. X Zero was nothing great, but I had a lot of fun with the Super R games. Oh boy. Chuck's in trouble. Ain't no shaka there. All right. I was holding my breath there like, please heal him first before he gets punched again. Chuck's made it this entire session without dying. There's no way he can go down now. Like Super Mario R1 and R2 made Bomberman less cool than old games. I don't know. I thought it was. They actually contain a true campaign. Isn't the same AI Bomberman, same age, 9 levels, no saving. Yeah. X-Zero had issues. The X-Zero games more than the others. I think the X one's more. Comes a doormat, no whiny pushover. I wouldn't go that far with it myself. Talking about Mega Man, I was listening in the background. Oh yeah, no, we were. I think we're talking about the Bomberman series, like the Act Zero, not the X-Zero, which was not a great Bomberman release. We're talking about Super Bomberman R and R2 on the Switch. Far Cry 2's original. Bomberman's weird like that because he's got an inconsistent backstory and representation that varies from different games and different series that he's in. And while there's some consistent traits, there's a lot of things that shift a lot. And so I took R and R2 as like, it's referential to older stuff, but it's doing its own new thing. And I enjoyed it for what it was. Because it's just something that happens. Bomberman's one of those characters that, like, anytime they bring something out, it's probably gonna just like, we don't need all this old stuff, right? We can just make up some new stuff. 2,500's not bad. So like, I'm just kind of like used to it in that regard. Like, yeah, they're just kind of do what they want with this. But I still, all the same, like, I liked what they did with it. And I enjoyed the gameplay. Bomberman and the Jetters anime, starting out as a brat, you really feel for him once he starts going through a lot of tragedy. Yeah, but I mean, that's a good example. Like, they did like a whole different thing with that character. Like, they changed up like what Bomberman was and went with like a new direction. Yeah, 5 gold. Why was that down there? Why would we want that? It was very strange. So in that regard, I didn't mind what they did in R. You gonna wake up here? Nope, still sleeping. Okay. Fair enough. You can do it. I mean, I did something. I did something. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna refill my my heals here. Some turbo bunk action. Because I think in like the Bomberman R stuff, it was like you had a mix of all the different bomber characters. Actually, I don't remember what the setup was. Yeah, a bunch of different bomber characters, and he had a certain role within that. But I like the fights in it. I like the boss fights in it well enough. I don't know. I had fun. I had fun with it. That's all I was looking for. But honestly, for me, like Bomberman games were fun in single player, but most of the enjoyment I got out of Bomberman games was when I still had a circle of friends that were playing those games, and in the tournament mode, we would face off on that a lot. But also, like, most of the games that I played that I really enjoyed were the older titles where there really isn't a story beyond what may be mentioned in the manual. Like, there's not much story or characterization within the game. He's just kind of like, it's like older Mega Man games. Mega Man doesn't have much of a character. He's just the guy you jump on the screen. So it's a lot easier to like be happy with that when there's nothing to characterize. Going on Konami made us do the Bomberman survey. Since they've been quiet about future plans. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what kind of response they got. They could be working on that stuff. They could have some like rights issues somewhere in there Because even though they own Bowerman, like there may be something specific in the game that they can't use. They may be trying to secure all of that. They may be working on like a porting or getting consistent like emulation going. I'm just waiting until I stop seeing the money go down. And that's how we know we've maxed it out. But I mean, I would hope that they would release like the Bowerman collection. Like some form of collection of the older games, because there's a lot of them. Boy, this takes a while. It really makes you appreciate games that just let you say, I would like to buy 100 of these, please. Oh gosh, it's still going. It's that bugler dastards get revived. It's R2s and find a new adversary. Yeah. Nope, that's it. All right, we got it. Excellent, excellent. All right, let's stay at the inn. Well, let's take a look outside real quick. See, I think we're gonna have to go somewhere or talk to somebody. I don't know who. A bunch of waterways to get through. We don't have what we need to get through that. Those are areas here I don't know that we can reach. Am I in the different bits of the map? I'm surprised nobody in this town had anything to say. Scenario games were light on plot. I can do whatever I want with the events in other games. Yeah. Megan is more of a supporting protagonist. Dr. Light and Wiley's feud. It's true focus. Yeah, I mean, he was just like a lot of characters at that time. Like, there wasn't much to hang a character on. All you needed to know was like he can jump, he can shoot, he can take other dude's weapon, sort of thing. It's not till later where they're able to add more to it, where it becomes more important that he has stuff. Okay. That Bowerman collection just to wash off bad taste. Bower Girl was weird. That's an odd one that I can raise no defense of. Never get them to spill the beans. I don't know. It's a weird state with video game companies. Like, oh, there's stuff over here. Oh, that's right. Yep. I forgot about the Ring of Old Men. Just Hot Bomber Girl. Do you know the game we're talking where they had like the Bomber Girl game that was like a gacha game too, wasn't it? I thought what I thought was funny is you could get like Pyramid Head in the Bomberman game. Like adding the Konami characters to the Bomberman games was very strange to me. And we have like the Circle of Old Men. Identical old men, identically dancing. I am Lucan. Now all legends and prophecy will be fulfilled. Our path has been decided. Great job vanquishing the Earth Fiend. Now the Fire Fiend wakes. With this canoe, go to the volcano and defeat the Fiend also. Quickly, before all is burnt, hurry to Gurgu Volcano and stop the Fiend of Fire. Light warriors, only you can make the orb shine again. Spent a lot of time polishing these orbs, baby. As you restore light to the orbs, we will reveal more secrets. Please see us repeatedly. I don't know, you creep me out. The Fire Fiend will burn everything up. That's fine. The Earth Fiend causes the rot of our land. Well, I killed him, so. 4 fiends are bent on the world's destruction. 200 years ago, the Fiend of Wind teamed with that of the water to destroy civilization. I mean, did he succeed? We're still here. I guess it was an old civilization. Include Pyramid Head after 2 when he only serves lazy fan service. People love him. People love him. Castlevania characters in it. Yep. I think Pyramid Head is like, yeah, Pyramid Head, it's weird that Pyramid Head gets tossed into everything Silent Hill when it is a very particular part of what Silent Hill revealed to James and isn't necessarily just a thing that's there for everyone. I've included Konami crossover characters, shoehorn them into the lore. No, I mean, I think it's just, it was like a fun cosmetic thing they were doing. I thought it was interesting. If a little strange. But yeah, there were other Bomberman they could have put there too. But I think they did have that nurses too. Yeah. Well, the nurses were in the first one too. Are there nurses even in the second one? No, they're there. They're just different. There are a lot of like the nurses in the first game, and so like they, you get thrown because they're just like, so the nurses are like, there's a hospital there. There's medical trauma. There's some of that. It's just like the Pyramid Head. When you have Pyramid Head in stories that don't include James Sunderland, it's very weird. Each element's power focuses at its altar. Locate and crush the fiend. Then to make it shine, place the orb on the altar it guarded. Earth, wind, fire, and water. The world is bound by these 4 powers. Don't forget heart. Once the orbs shine with the power of earth, wind, fire, and water, the 4 fiends seize those powers. All right, we got a canoe now, so we can go whitewater rafting. Can I head out to sea in this canoe? The sexy ones. Yeah. Well, there were like sexy nurses in the first Silent Hill. Although they did puke a lot, but they were there. They're just in lower fidelity because it was a PS1 game. They are back in Silent Hill 2. They make a bigger deal out of it, but I think a lot of that's like the same nurses, just at a higher resolution, a higher graphical fidelity. This shot just looks really weird. It looks like I just fell in and there's like a hat, like, oh no, my hat. Row, row, row. Oh! The Hydra. Punch that Hydra, Chuck. Punch it. Chakra Lagoon's the big bug on their back. Yeah. That is scarier than the Silent Hill 2 nurses. Yeah. I'm trying to remember like Although they were around there. There's some of the enemies they reused, but a lot of them are like very situational. Are these just like regular ass fish here? They got fingers on their tails? What am I looking at here? What am I working with here? I think it, like the Bowerman thing, doctor version of them too. Yes. Where am I headed here? That doesn't help me that much. That makes me want to play Silent Hill 1 again. Is the Silent Hill 1 remake legit, or is that just rumor mill stuff? Because I keep seeing posts about it, but like I never know if that, because a lot of people will report on stuff that like the XYZ remake is coming next year, and then you read the actual story and it's like, according to this person who claims to have information on a leak, and it's like just completely made up. There's no truth behind it. But it looked like the Silent Hill 1 remake is like an actual thing that was announced and is happening. I don't remember though. I don't remember. I didn't see the actual like press release or anything for that. So in the Final Fantasy 9 remake. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I'm really curious what Square's gonna do if and when they finish the Final Fantasy 7 remake. If they're gonna take that same strategy for other games. Which I don't think they should, but those rumors. Yeah. Resident Evil is the same way. That was like every year was, now we know what the next Final Fantasy remake is. And like, they basically just listed like every Final Fantasy Resident Evil, every Resident Evil that hadn't been remade. Like, sources indicate this, and it's like, there is no source. It's a guy on Twitter. It's a guy on Twitter whose uncle works for Nintendo. It is that much like going for it. There's so much of that. They're like, this person, is a leaker, and they were right about this thing. And it's like, yeah, well, he just threw like every guess out there. He tweeted like every possible action. Sooner or later, one of them's going to be right. But then you ignore all the times they were wrong. That's why I hate that. I hate when that stuff. It's fine when like they got some. Oh, the volcano is just right there. Okay. Ogres. It's fine if you're just like looking over that stuff. I don't know, it's the rumor. But when you're like ostensibly a news outlet, even if it's, like just video game news reporting on rumors, if you list your headline as like, this game is coming, and then the actual meat of the story is like some dude on Twitter said he thinks it's gonna happen. It's like, come on, man. Come on now. Oh, Orko's a little bit beat up there, but that's fine. We can heal up next time. I'll just poke my head in here. Spicy hot. Just so I don't like it. We're gonna get burned up in here. I can feel it. There are other places we can go, but this is what they're telling me to do now, so that's likely what I'm gonna do. Going back like Silent Hill 1, the scariest part of that game for me is the school. There's like those little freaks in that school, like whether it's the American version or the original Japanese version, they creep me out. The noises they make, their size, how they advance on you and attack you. More than like anything else. There are parts later in the game where it's more of a stress fear than anything, where I'm trying to run through the streets and there's like flying stuff coming at me. And it just feels like this wall of like meat between me and where I'm trying to get to. But it's like that section in the school was like the absolute worst of like walking on a hallway and hearing like weird noises like, oh geez, where is it? Is it here? Is it on the other side of this gate? Am I gonna have to fight this thing? Because by the time you get later in the game, like you've got plenty of ammo. You've got things pretty well locked down. It's just that's early enough in the game where you're still like, oh, I gotta hold on to my 5 bullets. That was good stuff. I'm gonna look this up real quick before I wrap up the stream. I need to know. I need to know if it's real. Silent Hill 1 remake in full production confirms blooper team. Recent Q&A with investors providing long-awaited clarity. Fans who've been following the project since Konami first revealed the remake in partnership with the Polish studio. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to like make sure like this was actual. They actually released news on it. They actually talked about it. Okay. I heard. I have not played it. I've seen bits of it. I heard so much good stuff about the Silent Hill 2 remake. I will say I was pleasantly surprised because it really didn't seem like Bloober's usual thing. I didn't really have beef with games they put out. I think some of the stuff they made was very interesting. It just seemed like very different from Silent Hill. But I heard it's good. Although I see a lot of weird discourse. I shouldn't say weird. I see a lot of talk about it that it's like this remake confirms a fan theory from the original game. And I'm like, I don't know, does it? Because it seems like, did they just add that stuff? Even if Konami wanted to? Like, never heard of them before. So their bag was what people have kind of unaffectionately referred to as walking simulator games, where a lot of the games they made were you kind of walk around and you get jump scared and there's little puzzles, but it's not like a survival horror game where you're like fighting for your life. Usually without combat, it's just like puzzle solving and traversing from one point to the next, getting through a maze and stuff. So some of the games you may or may not have heard of. Anomalous Observer, I thought is a really interesting game, and I will play that someday on stream because I think it's really interesting, and I don't think enough people talk about it. Layers of Fear, Blair Witch. People I talked to said they were disappointed by it. The Medium, people had some issues with it. And they got their new game, Chronos and the New Dawn, which I heard is really interesting. So I think they make interesting stuff. It's an issue if you want Silent Hill or Resident Evil, and then you play a game where you don't have a gun and monsters aren't actively killing you, and you're just kind of getting spooked a little bit and jump scared and going through and like watching stuff happen. I think you're going to be disappointed. I think that's a lot of what happened with their games. But I was the same way, like looking at like Layers of Fear, like these people are going to make Silent Hill. But they did well. I think it's just a different style of game from what they had been putting out. But the games they're different. I think maybe it just wasn't what people wanted. But it comes in line with like kind of an issue with horror games in general, that they like died out a little bit, and then a lot of what like came back was that style of game. Like you're not fighting things. There's no like real damage. You can get killed, but it's not the same. And they felt like weaker versions of what was that game? I gotta look at the name because Amnesia was the one I was thinking of. I've just kind of felt like watered down versions of that. Amnesia had particular stuff to it. Soma, right? There's not really combat in Soma. You're mostly just hiding. You can get like more or less whacked by enemies. But it's like games like those that kind of overtook, right? And that kind of replaced survival horror for a long time. And if you came into it wanting a horror game that had combat and puzzle solving and stuff, you weren't going to find it with those games. It's a different style of game. I mean, I think there's quite a big contingent of fans who kind of push back against that and just like really don't like that style of game, which is their prerogative. I'm not saying they're wrong, but there were a lot of these games. I had all the notes in those games. Put a partner on Walkman radio investigating stuff. At certain points of the game, he calls you. Oh, yeah. I didn't play Blair Witch. I picked it up on sale on GOG a while ago, and I keep looking at it when Halloween rolls around, October rolls around. Like, maybe I'll play this. Orbs. Close group. Boop, boop. So many notes in horror games nowadays. Well, I mean, and that's like a classic thing that goes back to, like Alone in the Dark had that. It was how they revealed a lot of the story or backstory or talked about what happened there. It's having notes you would find. Resident Evil had that. Resident Evil originally was intended to have even more notes. A Walkman is for music. Well, you can have Walkmans that had radio, or you could have them. You just have like books on tape. I'm sure they made Walkmans that had radio on it. Well, that would kind of be a whole other thing. But the first original Resident Evil, there were supposed to be even more notes that got cut that were telling the backstory of the mansion. It was the diary of the architect that Spencer hired to build the mansion. And it explained like how he got out there and then found out something weird was going on. And then they had asked him to build this mansion with all these like secrets and trapdoors. And then he got trapped in the mansion. And basically there's a part in the first Resident Evil where you find the hole in the floor, you go down, and then there's a tombstone, and the tombstone like rolls back to reveal a staircase, and you can't really, I don't know if it says in the game or if you can really see it, but that tombstone is the grave of the architect, because that's where they trapped him. Umbrella trapped him and he died in there. It's told through like the stuff. RA1 remake for GameCube added some of it. Yeah. And they I don't think they mentioned like anything happening to his wife, and besides like they took them, or like they're holding him hostage or whatever originally, because you can find like people have found like the cut content and translated. You can see all of that, but they did add a lot of that in the GameCube remake. And then I want to say isn't their daughter like a horrible, unkillable monster in that game, which is kind of like rattling around out there? It's been a while since I played the GameCube remake. It was either in that or in Zero. I don't think it was in Zero though. Yeah, it was cool that they added a lot of that stuff back in there. But yeah, there was originally going to be more notes then. All right. I got to get moving here. Is Anochi? I got to find Anochi's live channel. I don't know if Anochi is live yet. I don't see him live. I thought Anochi said he was going to stream today. Everything's scheduled. He does. Okay. Here we go. You did save it, right? I did save. I did. How many items do I got? Let's use this tent. Just to make absolutely sure. Hey, we're good. We're good. Oh! My controller. Get this baby to work. My beautiful Sensui Joy card. It's the nicest, like, standard layout turbo buttoned controller. It also has, I've never hooked it up, the Sensui Joy card controller, which is a product of Hudson. It's a Hudson-made NES controller. Actually has an audio cable on it you can hook up to the original NES, and then it has a headphone jack, so you can plug headphones into the NES controller, turn the audio out that way, which is pretty neat. It's pretty neat for the time. But I gotta pair those out to them. All right, I'm going to post a link here. This is for Inochi. This is a stream he has scheduled to play some Jackbox party games tonight for his birthday. Scheduled to start. Well, it says now. This is like the day. Waiting for Anochi. I will say Anochi is sometimes late. Sometimes getting stuff set up. Yeah, it was only released in Japan that I know of. It's all English on here. I picked up a pair of these. It's a little chewed up. This is clear that they were a dog owner and their dog got to some parts of it, and I had to do some repair work on the cables. But yeah, you've got sliders for turbo button for A and B and a little volume thing. I just like it because it's a good, like, nicely built NES controller, and it has turbo. Because the other options were like, I don't know, like the US options that added turbo to it, like I did not care for, like the Max that has that weird like hockey puck thing. I can never get used to that. I need my D-pad. All right. Well, that'll do it for me for this week. We'll be back next Sunday for more Final Fantasy. We'll take on the volcano here. We'll see how we fare. We're probably going to have to grind some levels and get back up there. I'll also look up... I probably will go look at a guide and make sure there's not some awesome treasure that got left behind in the Earth Cape, but I don't think so. I don't think there is. Otherwise, I should be back tomorrow night with more Fatal Frame. And then later on Wednesday, another Halloween game. And then Friday, we're going to be playing some Phasmophobia with Skyper, Henmo, and Anadelna. So make sure you stop in for that. I'll get that stuff scheduled up as soon as I'm able. Otherwise, I guess I'll see what I see. So thank you so much, as always, for hanging out with me and watching the stream. Hope you enjoyed some more Final Fantasy, and I hope you'll stop back again for the next one. Until that time, stay warm, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you hopefully tomorrow night. Until then, bye-bye.